online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Looking for a pure electric vehicle that does 0 to 60 in less than 5 seconds? The eyes have it. The BMW i-Line. 100% electric, 100% sports car, 110% BMW. The BMW i-Line. The electric vehicle that takes you farther than you could ever imagine. Right now, lease a new BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 a month at BMW of Omaha. Online at bmwofomaha.com. See dealer for details.
Damon Benning breaks down the Iowa game and recaps the season tomorrow at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
Lulabee's Breakfast, Brunch, and Bar is downtown Omaha's go-to spot for quality food with a Mexican flair. Lulabee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Want to have a party? Lulabee's has a fun and festively decorated party room that seats up to 65 of your favorite people with custom catering available. Booked for parties, family events, celebrations, or just brunch with all your friends. Lulabee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover. Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh and Empty Chair and Nick are here.
Hello. Sad. Jack Mitchell will be here at some point in time. I think probably around 2. He's in his car right now. I imagine listening to us discussing him.
It's 1:53, Jack.
Yeah. He told me. He was like, I won't be there right on time for the crossover.
He's probably driving down Dodge Street and realizing, wow, I love this street. It's open.
Now, if he comes in here and starts complaining about Omaha traffic, I'm going to say that he probably went the wrong way.
Ooh, that's a fun. Do we think he's going to? Do we want?
He's taking the wrong way.
Yeah.
He did not go off on the right. What's the correct way to get to our studio from Lincoln? There's one answer and one answer only.
I think it would be getting off at 60th.
That's the way.
Right.
This is the way. And then you take that to Leavenworth.
Would you ever consider taking 680 north to Dodge and hammering it straight down?
When I first started producing this year's show, that's actually what I did. And then I learned the former producer, Lacey, was like, why did you do that? It's way slower.
Yeah.
You should get off on 60th. It probably
is. Yeah.
It is. Yeah. So he's going to come in because his whole bit is, I thought Omaha traffic was supposed to be really good. That's what? Because we always
who tells him that?
Well, because we complain about Lincoln, and so he
Lincoln sucks.
Yeah,
but Jack's a homer.
Yeah, exactly. You know how he goes.
Jack when he gets here.
Yeah.
There's no way he'd be able to convince us that the Lincoln traffic isn't a complete disaster.
Yeah,
get roads that were built like in the last 40 years.
Bingo.
The thing that prevents me from going to Lincoln the most is the thought of having to drive in Lincoln.
Yeah. Like if you have to go somewhere, if you have to go downtown, it's not bad because you could just take the interstate straight into downtown.
No, the parking downtown annoys me, but it's still better than downtown Omaha parking, I think. I think I prefer downtown
Lincoln anywhere
parking
is always the same.
Yeah. I mean, the parking's always bad in a downtown anywhere. But like getting to downtown is fine. It's totally fine.
Very easy.
I just feel like
but
Lincoln
if you have to,
more
for some reason,
garages.
go to any other part of Lincoln and go through the town of Lincoln to get there.
Yeah. Do you think there are more garages in downtown Lincoln than there are downtown Omaha? So says Nick.
Yeah, I guess I would subscribe to that. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like they're just more frequent, and then
downtown Omaha's just bigger though. Like it's more spread out.
I feel
very
like
large.
Because remind me, I haven't parked downtown in Lincoln for a minute. Do you have to pay for those garages? So I know you have to get a ticket, but do you have to
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got to pay.
I feel like
pay
the
for every garage.
I feel like
You got to
the
pay for every spot.
Yeah.
garages in Omaha are more expensive than the ones in Lincoln. The ones
That
in
I
Lincoln
don't know.
feel a little more reasonable. To me.
I do not know.
Oh, by the way, a little sports flash. We don't have to play the music because
No.
Haber doesn't have headphones on. Nick Henrich retiring from football. He put it on his Instagram. First screenshotted by Amy Just of the Lincoln Journal Star.
He tore his ACL on the play that he got tripped in overtime.
Oh, brutal.
Isn't that what I saw? I'm pretty sure I saw that, right?
Yeah, he says, I have come to realize that it is time to hang up the cleats.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like Nick. His long flowing hair.
By the way, Jack just texted. I'm getting off at 60th. Arrival time says 2:05, so he'll be here in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we
Nice.
just have to waste time for him to get here.
All right, perfect. What are we
Oh.
chatting about today, Happer? This is your show still.
Oh yeah, it is my show still.
Yeah, you have to bring the topics.
What do we have left over? We have plenty because Matt Rule talked for 36 and a half minutes today.
Long time.
What, dude? Was it an okay number to say 34?
Oh, yeah. That's about the spread or the total that I would have gone with. Too.
Okay.
I would have gone with 34, 35.
We went
It's
34.
always over a half hour, though.
Yes.
I'll be honest.
Except for the Thursday pre-games.
Yeah, those are really short.
Those used to be, I mean,
those are longer than like Frost's Monday pressers.
Correct. Back in the day, they used to be about 7 to 8 minutes.
Frost loved to speed run his press conferences.
Oh, yeah. He wanted to get out of it.
He wanted to get back to the virtual teas.
He did not want to talk. Not at all.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one. I'll be honest. I'm kind of happy. Like, if you go with silver linings of football being over, it's not that I don't like listening to
the silver lining playbook.
Because I do like listening to him, and I think he's very introspective.
Uh-oh.
Just happy I don't have to. Like, it's a large chunk of my day.
It is.
When it's, so I always try to cook around it. So, like, I made lunch around, so I had my headphones on.
Let Josh cook.
Listening to the Matt Rule press conference. I made thighs.
And
I had tots in the air fryer.
I love thighs. Were they buffalo?
I dipped them in buffalo sauce.
You want the press conference, not the podcast.
I want the press cut. Yeah, see, I'll be excited to get back to listening to Happer Pods on Mondays.
Oh, okay. I've got another weird food take.
Okay.
I think I'm out on tater tots.
Why?
Why would you say that?
I had a lot of tater tot casserole growing up.
That's the wrong way to have tater tots.
I understand that, but because of that,
what's wrong with tater tot casserole?
nothing. I've just had it a lot. It's one of those things where if you have something so many times and you just don't really crave it or want it.
I can't think of a single example of that for me.
But then
what have I had so many times that I don't like it?
As I've gotten older, like I've had tots and tots don't taste like much to me. I'd rather have fries or wedges than tots.
Wedges?
Yeah, I love wedges.
Wedges suck.
I love wedges.
Wedges are garbage. They're not crispy.
I don't think wedges suck.
They're not crispy.
I don't need them to be crispy.
That's what I want.
They can be crispy.
Yeah, but
wedges aren't meant to be crispy, and that's fine.
That's why I don't want them.
I love wedges.
Yeah.
Nick, I don't agree with your. I do not agree with your tot.
No, I know the tot take is an unpopular one.
I remember Dan Hoppin, food man Dan. He used to be anti tater tot, and Mike Schaefer and I would ridicule him for these takes and say this is a bad take. And then he went to Night Owl, a local establishment. He's like, "Wow, tater tots are really good." It's like, yes, they are. He thought that they were kids' food, if I remember.
I think it's a mindset thing.
Yeah,
Nick.
no, it's nothing like that. I'm not anti tater tot. I'm glad they exist for people who like them. I just don't like them. I'm totted out. I think. I think I'm just totted out.
That must have been a lot of tots, man.
It was a lot of tots.
How often were you having tater tot casserole?
It wasn't super frequent, but I think it was frequent enough. Because then they'd also serve it at school sometimes, and then the ones at school were garbage, obviously, because they're school tater tots.
So do you ever have tater tots just like plain though, Nick, where you like dip them in ranch or hot sauce or ketchup?
Yeah, they don't do anything for me.
Wow, interesting.
They just don't do anything for me.
Yeah, I love tater tots. There's never been a tater tot that I've turned down.
Me neither.
Even the mushy ones that school had.
Yeah,
I would say yes to those, please.
Sometimes at the basketball games, they'll feed us they come in the big silver pans, and then you put the top over it, and they get all kind of soggy.
Yeah.
I'll still eat the crap out of those.
I think another reason I might be a little out on it is when I was going to high school, that's when the Michelle Obama food stuff went through. So then they replaced all the normal tater tots and fries with sweet potato tots and sweet potato fries.
Oh, that's bad.
Sweet potato tots are bad because they don't hold. Sweet potato doesn't hold structure.
Sweet potatoes are garbage.
Mm-hmm.
That's the take.
I don't think that's the sole reason. I've had so many tots, and I'm out. I'm out on tots.
Nick also out on Obama.
No. Wow, Nick, is this true?
Interesting.
Thanks, Obama.
By the way, lots of the Spotify Wrapped stuff coming in. We'll be discussing this a little bit more later in the Unsportsmanlike
Are people
content
saying
segment.
that unsportsmanlike conduct is their number one listen to
Well,
thing?
no, Jake just goes, sorry, USC isn't number one. Shocked it isn't TBH. That means to be honest. But thank you for all of your service. You guys are great. Thank you for all you do. So we were number 2 behind.
Oh, well, I guess. Oh, I didn't hear it. Is it what kind of artist?
It is another podcast that covers the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
The Connor Happer Show.
Sadly, no, it's the Husker Online podcast. Steve Sipple, Sean Callahan. That's wild. And then, wow, look at number 3 here. Something called Chasing 3 Hours. Huh, I've never heard of that before.
So
very interesting.
Number 1 is the podcast that Sipple had to move his time around on us for because he was too busy with it.
Correct.
Interesting.
The
Thanks,
top 3
Sipple.
all involved unsportsmanlike conduct.
Chance writes, well, Josh took over the crown of bad takes from Connor with that sweet potato cake. Or take.
No, sweet potatoes are bad.
Yeah, sweet potatoes are horrible.
They're not good.
I don't understand why anyone likes them. It's such a bummer.
Yeah, like they're worse than regular fries and regular potatoes.
It's not a substitute for a potato. It's its own thing, and people need to stop trying to make it into a potato substitute.
Stop trying to make sweet potatoes a thing.
Yeah, stop
You
trying
guys
to make
don't
fetch
understand why
happen.
people like them?
Nope.
They're sweet.
No,
and
I
they're
understand why
potatoes.
people like them, but I think that we as a society are trying too hard to make sweet potatoes replace potatoes, but you can't do the same things with them.
Yeah, well,
potatoes are more starchy, so they can hold a structure.
You could just approach it your way and just say, sweet potatoes exist, and there's a place for both of them in our world.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. But people are trying to fit the sweet potato into the potato
I'd like to
mold.
pull a Thanos and just snap my finger and all sweet potatoes
You
go
can't
away.
choose, and some potatoes.
Well, that's not
go
how that
away,
worked,
too.
though. It would be half of all sweet potatoes.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Zach writes in, I like the coins better than the tots, better ratio fried surface to water besides potato volume.
Potato coins?
I do
Like
like
what
the
they have at
coins.
Burger King?
Or like the Olays.
Yeah, the potato olays.
I don't hate potato Olays. Are those considered a tot, I guess?
That's a tot. Yeah, of
That's
course. It's
a
an
tot.
absolute tot.
Yeah, it's just a smaller tot.
Maybe I'm just out on the cylinder tot.
Brian writes, the tater tot take is wrong, but I understand the logic. I feel the same way about fried chicken.
Oh.
I know it is another horrible take, but having it too often can deter you from something. Wow. I cannot imagine ever turning down fried chicken.
I guess there's never going to be a point, and there's never been a point in my life where I've had fried chicken so much, like in a short amount of time. Like it's usually like a every 2 months thing.
It's not as
for me.
often as it used to be for me, but I even when I had it at its peak, I was still having it all the time.
There's a weird ratio of listeners who love sweet potatoes.
Are there?
Why is that
Yeah.
weird?
Everyone in the chat is like, oh, you just haven't had good sweet potatoes.
You guys
No,
are
that's
you
not
guys
a
are the
thing.
only 2 people who thinks it's weird to like sweet potatoes.
I don't think it's weird. I just don't like them.
Then another person is like, Nick must not bodybuild. I live on sweet potatoes. No, I do not bodybuild.
Interesting.
You got him.
But if I have to live on sweet potatoes, then I don't want to.
Jordan writes, I would say Nick is a child, but children love tots. So I don't know what to call Nick. A weirdo?
Yeah, that's
That's
good.
what I call him. Nick, thoughts?
I am a weirdo.
Yeah.
Guilty.
All right.
So are you guys the people that are going to be triggered by everybody putting out their Spotify?
Doesn't bother me. I actually like seeing it.
No,
I
it
agree.
never bothers me. I love seeing it.
Okay,
I'm
good.
triggered that I don't use Spotify, so I can't also join in.
Nick left Spotify when Joe Rogan was talking. He was like,
he told me
I'm
this morning.
But I wouldn't mind going back to Spotify, but I'm kind of in too deep with Tidal at this point to where I would have to go through and manually search. And their services.
That's right, your title.
I just figured you like.
Isn't Kanye a title guy though, Nick?
I'm
pretty
Kanye is
sure.
also on Spotify.
No, but I thought that he like helped found it.
I don't know. I know Jay-Z was mostly behind that, but I think somebody else owns
For some
it
reason
now.
I thought Kanye was into it. Jack Dorsey. You're a Jack Dorsey guy,
Oh.
Nick? Jack Dorsey? Gross.
I mean, he's the one who gave us original Twitter.
Yeah, I know, which I thought it was a cesspool.
And that's why you went to Threads.
Yeah.
Oh, Threads. You never joined, right?
Never
I'm
did.
so proud of you, man. Neither did I.
I know that's wrong on our list because on the list I said that it was.
It was
gonna
just
still be
this
around
weird.
until
Can we talk
Christmas.
about this for a second?
Threads?
There was just that one night where everyone was like,
Hey.
yep, Twitter's over.
Yep.
We're all going to Threads now. And I'm like, this is a clear and obvious overreaction.
Yes, 100%.
What is happening
Yeah.
right now?
Everyone wanted to create Twitter from scratch again, and it was like, it's not going to happen.
No.
And guess what? It didn't happen.
It did not happen.
I fell for the hype.
Yeah.
I was on that train.
Yeah. I had a few people in my life. They're like, it's going to take off. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's not.
It's literally not.
It's
Everyone's still on Twitter. Sometimes people ask me, what's Twitter like? It's still the same.
It's the same exact thing.
The
as
app
it's always
breaks
been.
all the time, but it's the same as it always was.
Yep.
You know.
I have to like skirt around to use TweetDeck, but
Yep.
like it still works.
Mm-hmm.
It's all there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just called X now.
Yep.
X.
Yeah.
Baker of the Grum, Kelsey, says sweet potatoes are hot garbage, and I trust her food takes.
Nice. Great take.
You implicitly trust Kelsey's food takes on everything.
I mean, she gives us food.
Okay.
She
Can't
makes
wait till the
food.
next Kelsey food take comes in.
Chad writes, sweet potatoes are so terrible, they suck. There you go.
What a
That's
take.
a good take.
Great take from Chad. Murph writes, did any of you fellows remember the cheesy tater tots from BK? Wasn't too bad.
I
never
don't
had
remember
those.
the cheesy tater tots from BK. No.
I
Oh,
don't
look who
either.
finally showed up.
Look who showed up.
I will say,
Jack Mitchell.
speaking of potatoes and cheese, I do want to give a shout out to Taco Bell's nacho fries.
I love the nacho fries.
Oh, pretty
I love
good.
those so much.
And they're a good fry independent of the cheese.
Mhm.
I never thought I'd say it. Taco Bell makes good French
Oh,
fries.
hell yeah, they do.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
So
Really?
You know,
Taste test it.
You know what the nacho fries are, right? It's French fries, but they put Dorito dust on them.
I don't want that.
You do.
That sounds like something a child
I didn't
would
even
do.
know that it was Dorito dust.
Our old boss, Dave
Tepper?
Tepper, he loved them. He didn't eat Taco Bell, but he said he made an exception for the fries.
That doesn't sound like Dave at all. Interesting. I'm just saying it doesn't sound
It
like
actually
Dave.
doesn't. but-
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the Dave I knew. Hi, Jack.
Hi, are the nacho fries like a side dish?
Yeah, it's a side
Or-
thing.
Because Taco Bell has struggled
Oh, yeah.
historically with signature side dishes.
Oh, this is one of your longest.
This is one of
Me
my-
and Jack are on the exact
The-
same page on this.
Taco Bell is the only fast food restaurant in America that has not figured out the formula for a value menu.
Correct.
And instead, what they've taken is 30 main dishes and arbitrarily put them into 20 combo meals out of, I don't know, 10,000 possible permutations.
Yeah.
They
Every-
one tostada and one soft taco and churro.
Every single time I go to Taco Bell, I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Never.
I get
Never.
vastly confused.
Yes.
And I order a different thing every time because I can't remember the names of things. And I end up paying a vastly different price every time I go there. I could spend anywhere between $7 and $17.
Wow.
And I don't know.
I have never rolled up to a Taco Bell drive-through menu knowing what I'm going to
You
order.
never.
wow.
And I've rarely come away.
And that's their fault.
And I've rarely come away like happy with how
The
it
app
went.
makes it so much better.
It is nice ordering on the app on
The
time.
app
Less
kicks
pressure,
ass.
for
I love
sure.
the Taco Bell app.
Plus, then you can
the
do, like-
pressure is the thing.
Now Happer hates this, but you can do different things with you can add stuff
You
or
can
delete
customize.
stuff. Yeah, Happer is
you can
against.
tell them that in the line. Like, I want a
Okay.
taco with no sour
But
cream.
I think that's part
But
of
you
the,
can like add bacon to crap. It's fun.
Part
Why
of
would I
the-
want to do that? It's a taco.
I'm with Josh on this.
Thank
Like,
it's a taco.
Let's go.
apps make special orders a lot more.
Oh,
You want to put buffalo
absolutely.
chicken on your
Without a
taco?
Yes.
Horrible idea. It's a taco.
I
Jack,
think
where do you
part of-
come out on buffalo chicken?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, there you go. See,
Mhm.
Happer?
Do you think it's too pervasive in society?
no,
I think it's everywhere.
No, you know why
To the
it's not
normal
you-
amount.
You know why it's not? Because there are the people. I don't like spicy food, and you know,
my
if
grandma.
you know anyone who doesn't like spicy food, they can't just keep it to themselves. It's every freaking meal.
That's true.
It's like there's green peppers on the table. I don't like to sit at another seat. I don't want to be too close. Why can't you just keep that to yourself? We get it. They've got to announce it every time there's spicy food.
I'm not so
anywhere.
good with
Green
spicy
peppers aren't
foods.
even hot.
I know that's the point. I have some people in my in-laws family. They are petrified. They're petrified. Like they'll accidentally eat it or be fed it.
Yes.
at
Or
some
just
point.
smelling it will
And
make.
so they
Oh,
feel like they've got to let
my nose
everyone
is
know,
burning.
like it's a nut allergy.
You know what
or
it reminds
something.
me of? Atheists. They always are
Yes.
telling us that they're atheists.
Right.
So the annoying atheists say do that.
That's all of them, Nick.
That's fair.
It's like in their Twitter bio.
Right.
Don't like spicy
Atheist.
food. Atheist.
So we want people to believe in hot foods and God.
There you go. That's what we believe on this program.
Do we want him to be more talkative about it? Do we want him to shout it out?
Let's all be quiet about all of our beliefs.
Let's all be quiet.
I love
about
spicy
everything.
foods and Jesus.
Yeah,
That's
and
where I'm
guns.
But nobody who likes spicy foods does that. They don't go and tell everyone at the table. They just order
It's
it,
a great point.
quietly eat it.
I don't go around telling everyone that, man, I love spicy food. Why would I? Who cares?
That's always the conversation, though. You sit down and you eat some chicken, like you're at a chicken wings place, and there's one guy at the table who's like, yeah, I want the mild. I'm not so good with spicy food. But then you are like, oh yeah, give me his hot. I want hot with a side of hot. That's what the hot guy always says.
No, it's not. That's
what
never
the
happened.
hot guy always
that's
says
never
that.
happened. No, that's not at all how it goes. What happens is they both order it. No one says it. And hot guy sits down and mild guy sits down. And mild guy goes, yeah, I don't so much like spicy food. How hot is that?
Why is he talking like a cowboy?
Because that's how
He's meek and mild.
He's a cowboy.
Odson says Jack has delivered 2 takes since arriving, both bangers.
No, this
Look
is
at
another
Jack.
Happy New Year.
It's banger efficiency coming from me.
Jack and his
Right.
bent hat. He's back.
Right, exactly. I
This-
mean, my headphones hooked up.
This can be the Happy New Year epilogue. Do you need an
What is it with
adapter,
olds
by
and
the
not
way?
getting their headphones plugged in right away?
Before you
Oh,
ask-
you
Olds
didn't
and
bring your
Schaefer.
headphones again.
before you say it condescendingly, I did bring my headphones.
Where's your headphone jack?
There
though?
probably is one in the briefcase that I brought, but I wanted to get in with my takes.
Yeah,
I
good.
haven't had a chance to look through it. We only have so many minutes here on this show together.
Plug in that one, Jack.
Okay.
Bottom
Don't
one.
press any of those
This'll-
buttons.
Don't
either.
press the buttons.
This will be the Happy New Year epilogue.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're
I'm
squeezing
calling
in
it
some
now.
more.
I'm
Yeah,
calling
I thought
it now.
you delete. I thought you canceled these.
No, this is the last week. I just thought that we weren't going to.
Is it
Get
not
any
working,
higher.
Jack?
Don't press the buttons.
Is it not working?
Jeez, you got to jiggle it to get it in
I-
both
dude,
ears. What
I know.
kind of outfit is this?
I know.
Holy
Great.
cow.
Hey, they're
question.
installing a new board soon, and then
we got that.
everything's
We
gonna-
got that in Lincoln. Enjoy. That'll be great.
Oh,
Enjoy.
you have the
You
new
guys got the
board?
new
Have them now?
boards?
Oh yeah.
Oh, tell us
They're
more.
There are a lot of issues.
Classic.
A lot of things that you know how to do now, you're not going to know how to do.
Oh,
in
that'll
a
be
couple
good for
weeks.
Nick.
I have to relearn things.
That'll
I
be
love
really good and helpful for Nick.
Yeah.
That will cause him
Yeah.
no stress. And
They look cool. They
Yeah.
definitely look
Do
cool.
you
They
have the
look
thing where
are they smaller?
Yeah, they're smaller and they got like digital readouts for what all the.
Do you have the
the
thing where
pots
you can
are.
talk to the producer, like you can, like in queue? Do you
Oh,
have like
good
something
one.
on your side of the desk?
I don't know. I just have the regular
Okay.
like this.
Because apparently we're supposed to have these new little things where in queue I could be like, Nick, have clip 2 ready, please.
Oh, cool.
Or I'd
They
be
haven't
like,
added.
"You
They
suck."
have. They at least not as far as I know. We don't have
But
that.
I can
But they
reply to
probably
you.
saved. I
Like,
assume
no
they
you.
saved that for you guys and like
The-
the higher level.
The
We
good
get.
stuff.
Yeah, ours are probably 10 years old.
I'm
so-
still trying to convince
Get
them.
our old boards.
Yeah, that's what they are. That's
I
what we
miss the
got.
old boards. I like the old ones.
I want to convince our bosses to get a tablet because allegedly with the new boards you can sync it up with a tablet, so then I could produce the show from my apartment.
Yeah,
if I wanted
that's also true. We've got someone in our building who is going to be producing the show from another city.
Oh,
Nice.
that's
Wow.
seems
And that would be nice on
dangerous.
the days where it's a blizzard outside and John and Josh and Happer can stay in the comfort of their home safe and sound, and I have
Yep.
to risk my life to come in.
That's what's coming.
Oh, I
Back,
like risking my life.
back to our earlier discussion. Brian texted into the show. So it's like that joke: a CrossFitter, atheist, and spicy food guy walk into a bar.
Yes.
I only know this because they told everyone within 2 minutes of
That
answering.
is it. Yeah.
That's
not
good.
spicy food.
Not spicy. Yeah,
Not spicy food.
Anti-spicy food. Now, Alex and Lincoln does bring up a good point. You're right, Jack, about people who like spicy food in general. But Alex says people are annoying when they eat the hottest thing in the world. They make sure to let you know. That's true. The people
I
who
guess
have
that's what I'm
the
saying.
hottest, like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
had the one that has 4,000 Leadvilles or whatever. What's the
Scoville.
I disagree with that. I disagree
You don't think
with
that those people brag
characterization.
about it?
I mean, I think I tend to go hotter, but I don't have any.
Yeah, but
need-
you don't reach the
I
threshold
don't
of hot
need
guy.
to tell.
Like-
I probably am not. I'm at the 3 pepper mark on the menu
Out of 5.
but I'm not usually going to the 5 because I feel
Yeah.
like that's more of a like
And then they'll ask you, like, have you ever watched the Hot Ones show
Right.
on
And that's
YouTube?
like the-
I love that show. I love all the wing
I don't need
sauces.
to eat anything I'm going to win a prize for eating.
Right.
I bought
you
all the
know.
wing sauces
For-
from their website.
For me, there's a very specific threshold of hot to flavor or heat to flavor ratio. And then once it just becomes hot just for the sake of being hot, and
Yeah.
then it tastes like crap.
First
and
time
that's
I
not
ever
what
went to
want.
B-Dubs, I just was like, I'm going to get the hottest wings. And it was the dumbest thing I've
I'm
ever
going to do
done.
the blazing
it
challenge.
mango
It looked
habanero?
good. It was horrible.
Yeah.
Do you remember how
They were
what-
brown.
Do you remember what a novelty B-dubs was like
Yes.
20 years ago
Yes.
compared to now?
Mhm.
Like it seemed like such a one of a kind.
Yeah.
Like you get in there and you're like, look at the variety of
I know.
All
sauces.
these sauces.
Like, and now nobody even thinks about it.
They
right?
probably
Isn't that
are
crazy?
responsible for the reemergence or just the initial emergence of chicken wings
Right.
in
I-
our
For
country.
me, it was Pizza Hut. That's what the first style of wings. I know.
Really?
Yeah. We would have them with our pizza. And I was like, you know what? I'm
Wait.
starting to like wings.
Does any pizza place have good wings?
I'm sure it's possible. Many of our sponsors, I'm sure.
Yes.
Besides them, though.
Yeah,
the ones
besides
that,
our sponsors.
The ones that won't sign.
Oscars,
those,
Cops,
obviously.
they all have them.
Yeah, they have really good wings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're my Jack
didn't
Mitchell
like-
here.
You didn't like when what did Pizza Hut they changed? It was like Wing City or something.
Wing
like that?
Wing
Yeah.
Street.
Wing Street.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Wing Street?
It
I thought
felt
it was
like they
Wingstop.
overplayed their hand on that.
Yeah.
Wingstop's a different
They
place.
went too far.
They're like, wings are the hottest thing now. We're changing our name.
Yeah.
They took down the Pizza Hut signs in
And
some
They
of the
did. They
places.
just changed to Wing Street.
It was like
Wing
when
Street.
remember when IHOP said they were going to change the International House of Burgers? Yeah,
Well, that was a bit though.
that was
I
a
think.
bit.
IHOP.
It was a bit.
It was a bit.
It was a
It
bit.
really-
for the bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
So
Hmm.
I didn't. Yeah, I mean, B Dubs was certainly a novelty. We used to go there for like unlimited days, unlimited Wednesdays, or I think it was. We go in there and like we're high school kids, and I mean, hundreds and hundreds of wings,
Circa like
and they would just keep bringing them out.
That sounds fun.
Circa like
nonstop.
2006 going there was so exciting.
exactly
it was like
2006.
such a special.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about when it peaked. About two. Now I knew it in Lincoln because it was one of the bars you could get in if you were still a minor. So I had my 21st birthday
Good one.
at BW3, my bar crawl at BW3 because all my younger friends
The one
could
downtown.
get in. But in Lincoln, they took this permanent marker that had about a 4-inch tip on it and put an X like it wasn't coming off for months. It was like a tattoo essentially on both of your hands.
If you were or weren't
Just if you
21.
were a minor,
just
Wow.
to get
so
into
you couldn't
B
get
Dubs
served.
after hours.
Yes, but it was the
Wow.
one place you could go as a minor.
That's
after
awesome.
hours.
I've only experienced that at dive bars.
Yeah. No, it used to
didn't
be
know
the
B-dubs did that.
people my age who went out in Lincoln will know what I'm talking about.
Interesting.
Wild.
Nice.
That's good.
Okay.
Can I ask one more food question
Yeah,
before we
yeah.
go? In terms of like national chain or fast food restaurants, food apps, what are your top? What are the ones you use most? You guys said Taco Bell was good. See, I'm Chipotle and Jimmy John's.
We do, Chipotle,
Those are the two.
yeah.
Those are my two.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's other ones I'm missing out on.
I do use. They have coupon codes on the Popeyes app. that I use a
The
lot.
McDonald's app always has
I've
sales.
heard that's good. I've heard the McDonald's
you can
app is
usually
good.
get dollar
I never
fries.
go there. I don't.
But I don't like using it out of principle just because they use the app as an excuse to raise their normal prices because they're trying to push people to use the app instead.
Okay.
Not on
Seems
the
like that's
apps
why
much,
prices
but
have
I
gone
can
up.
tell you all of the food apps that I have.
Do you even use them? Are you gonna-
There's probably one that I use more than all the others. Potbelly, Chick-fil-A, Qdoba, Jersey Mike's, Buffalo Wild Wings. Why?
Oh.
DoorDash and Jimmy John's.
Jimmy John's is my like number 2 to me behind.
It's always
Chipotle.
nice to order stuff on the Jimmy John's
Jimmy
app.
John's
Again,
and
the
Chick-fil-A.
customization of the
Any
sandwich.
place where an order is difficult, Chipotle would be the
Yeah.
top one.
Yeah.
Chipotle, where the order is kind of difficult. The
I
app
love-
is great.
I use Taco Bell the most. That is my most used. I love Taco
I don't know the
Bell.
last time I had Taco Bell.
I
And Nick,
love
you eat
Taco
Taco Bell all the time.
I do. It's the best.
Dude, he always comes in with Taco Bell in the morning.
Not always.
In
Like
the
once a week.
morning?
Wait, like the
Once a week.
breakfast?
Dude,
Yeah,
Taco Bell breakfast kicks ass.
Oh, I'll agree. Those crunch wrap things.
Taco
are-
Bell breakfast is too slept on.
That's one area where they did find a signature side item.
The breakfast quesadilla, great.
Hmm.
The breakfast tacos that Pete Davidson talks about, really good.
What do you get to drink with it?
I usually go with the orange juice just because it is still breakfast.
Oh,
What an
good
adult
Nick.
choice.
Yeah, when I used to get McDonald's for breakfast or Burger King for breakfast a lot, I'd get a Sprite.
Yeah.
Oh, and if they don't have
I
orange,
was like, "Yeah, would you like an orange
I
juice or a coffee
regularly-
with that? No, Diet Coke.
if they don't have orange juice, I'll get like a tea, an unsweetened tea.
Oh, look at Nick.
Yeah, I regularly drink Diet Mountain
I'm
Dew
an
with
adult.
breakfast all the time.
Yeah, I used to
At
do.
home, everywhere.
See, I used to do Mountain Dew with breakfast, and then I got made fun of by a friend and someone else that I was with at the time, and then I switched to coffee.
Wow,
after
they
that.
bullied you to.
They
into
bullied
coffee.
me into coffee. I'm
First
very
of all,
happy
coffee,
they did.
Coffee is good with a dessert. I'm a big coffee drinker, but
it's
I'm not
good-
eating coffee with or drinking coffee with like a steak
I know.
or like
Oh,
pizza
no,
or
that is
anything.
weird.
Yeah, no.
But like you'll go to Hy-Vee in the middle of the day, and when they have people eating there, and it's always an older crowd, and they all have no drink but coffee with their
Just drinking
food, and
coffee.
it blows my mind.
all day long.
How are you not having some water?
It
at
doesn't
some point?
quench your thirst. That's why when I go to a breakfast spot, I have water and coffee.
That's a good
Coffee to
move.
wake you up, water to drink during the actual.
Yeah, but
meal
I don't want to
itself.
be. I don't want to be one of those guys who like comes into work and I got like 6 cups, for all my different drinks of the day. I watch people do that, and I'm like, you gotta figure
I
something
do
else
too.
out.
I got my Diet Mountain Dew and I got my
Yeah.
coffee cup every morning.
Yeah.
Drink
Where's your
goblin.
water cup? You have a water cup?
No, I just go get the styrofoam one and throw it away.
At work?
Yeah.
Bummer.
Wow.
I don't like.
Nice.
I mean, 2 is my limit.
Nice.
I'm like Connor, but I can do 2. 2 is my limit. 3 would be too many. Obviously.
1 cup man.
By the way, Happer, as we say goodbye, Mustache Adam says, after all this food talk, I can't wait for my dinner tonight of a customized buffalo chicken sandwich with a side of sweet potato fries.
Oh,
the meal of the grum.
Customized.
Oh, yeah.
Out of all of that, customized is the worst part.
That's your weirdest take.
That's gonna
Just
be a
order the
moist
food.
dinner.
It's
So what do you do when you go to like a Chipotle and you have to create it from scratch?
well, then I create it from scratch.
Wow, you're not like triggered by it?
No, because that's what you're meant to do at Chipotle. It's specifically
Can you
items
give me
that
a
are
burrito that
crafted.
it's supposed to be like, please?
I would ask, like, if
Connor
they,
goes in, he's like, I'll have
Now,
a number 2.
if
That's what he does.
If they have a place that has customizable stuff and they have like menu items where they give you different styles of one item,
You'll
which is
do
like a
the
burrito.
latter?
Yeah, I'll pick a pre-made one.
So
Have
weird.
you
Yeah.
Have you started going to Subway more since
No.
they started doing the numbered items on the menu?
I've never done numbered items at Subway. No,
Like a
I always
Well, that just
I
started
always
this year, I think.
customize it.
Talk about
Yeah.
another place that has fallen off for me.
Yeah.
Subway. My
Oh, yeah.
Subway frequency
Yeah.
since about 1996 is.
Dang, it's been about
That's
30
specific.
years.
Yeah.
just
That's-
steady
Older
down.
than
in
me.
college,
Was that
it
when they
was-
changed from the different way they cut
Yes,
the
they're
bread?
doing-
Yes,
that
they're
was
doing
the-
that again.
that
They're
was-
fresh cutting the meat
They're
again,
bringing
by
it.
the way.
No, the bread. They're
Oh, the bread.
Yeah.
No, the bread with the V cut. My wife used to be
Oh.
a sandwich artist, so I know this. She
Mm.
told me, but they phased that out circa 2000,
sad.
and that was the first step.
Mm.
That was the first step in the downward.
I feel like
spiral.
they just the Subways that I've gone to have been a little guilty of over saucing.
Oh, they love mayonnaise. If I say I want some mayo, they're like, "All right, the whole thing's
Like
mayo."
I usually have to tell them like, hey, I'm gonna tell you to put 3 different sauces on this thing. I don't want a normal portion of all 3 sauces. You're gonna have to do a little if you can. Because I want mayonnaise.
You're like,
honey
can I just
mustard."
come behind and do this part myself, please?
Why don't you just give me
You
the
have to
model?
tell them because they'll go.
Yeah.
It's weird that their default
they'll
is
hit
just
that
half the
Yes,
bottle.
they hammer it on the thing.
Why won't it shut? It's like, you built it.
That's
Wow.
Subway.
That was fun.
Eat fresh.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
Wow. Happy New. So wait, this is a Happy New Year.
This
Yes.
is it officially.
Good, I
Wow.
was hoping I would make one.
This is the
There you go,
epilogue.
Jack. Happy New Year. That was the crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Jack Mitchell is in today for John Bishop. We'll get him in the StreamYard, so then we'll have all sorts of different camera angles when we return. Happer, have a great day. Enjoy your Subway later.
You
tonight.
guys too. I'll be in Lincoln tonight.
Oh, have fun.
Go basketball.
There you go. All right, Unsportsmanike Conduct starts next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming more mild Wednesday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Winds out of the south and southwest 5 to 15 miles per hour. Afternoon highs around 50. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first and experience the difference. They've got the large indoor showroom, 119th and I. You can be inside all kinds of weather conditions. You don't have to worry about it. They've got new and pre-owned inventory, from stylish SUVs that fit the whole family comfortably to capable trucks to get the job done. Woodhouse Buick GMC, they have something for everyone, including right now the 23 Buick Enclave Avenir all-wheel drive that welcomes you into an environment where every tone, texture, technology conveys the highest level of refinement. Right now, get $3,000 off MSRP. See dealer for details. Offer expires end of the month. Shop Woodhouse Buick GMC first. Huge indoor showroom to shop comfortably in all kinds of weather. In-store or online anytime at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting GG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
It's the holiday friends and family sale at JCPenney, and you're invited. Everyone can take home something extra with their 30% off coupon. That's on top of already great savings across the store, like 50% off essentials to deck your halls and home, and up to 40% off Liz Claiborne, perfect for any get-together. Or use your coupon to save an extra 30% store-wide. JCPenney, make your holidays count. Offers valid on select styles. Store-wide coupon ends 12/3. Liz event ends 12/6. Home sale ends 12/17. Exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
This holiday, the Home Depot is helping you get gifts that keep on giving by making sure they keep on going. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from Ryobi, Milwaukee, Rigid, DeWalt, or Makita, you get an eligible tool for free. Just pick a brand, pick a battery kit, and get a tool free. Give the gift of more doing this holiday with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid at participating stores and online. 1 per transaction. Discount taken at checkout. Full eligible tool list in store and online. Valid October 23rd, 2023 through January 28th, 2024.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
The Jays return from Thanksgiving break and hit the road as they take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Pre-game coverage begins at 6. Tip-off is at 8. The Blue Jays, Thursday night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K. This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Jack, I'm starting to think that it's actually not the headphone jack. I'm starting to think it's this box that's giving us issues.
Technical problems follow me everywhere, don't they?
They really do. Hopefully our Wi-Fi works
Not
today.
my fault.
We'll find out next.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What did you do? You disappeared.
Oh, we get that
We're
nice
back.
picture of Jack in a suit.
I think we're
though.
back. We're
Yeah,
back.
there you go.
Yeah. Turn your mic.
it went-
Turn your camera on.
It went to sleep.
Also,
Wow.
turn your mic on. Am I
Something-
going to have to turn your mic on for you today? I mean, it's on now.
What are they paying you for if you don't do that?
Well, that's right. See, it's always interesting when you do shows with radio people. There are some radio people that get it. Like, I should bring my headphones. I should turn my microphone on. And then there are others who are divas that are like, turn on my microphone, peasant. Is that what you demand Caleb Henry does? Turn it
15
on?
years, 16 years I've had someone turn my mic on. And so, no, I'm out of the habit. I'll try to. Plus, my computer was on top of your
sorry,
buttons,
we're
so.
a blue-collar radio
It
station
is.
here.
It is a
Jack.
very small. Yeah, you gotta.
I got it.
John
now.
sat over there one time when I was gone, and he was like, "There's no room over here."
There's
like,
not.
yeah, you have to move
No,
the
I'm a
computer.
big dude too. I can't
move
I'm
it far to the right.
The mic's over on this side. My head
Yeah,
is naturally going this way.
Yeah, it's very very strange.
ergonomically poor.
Yeah,
but
indeed. Well, hi. How are you?
I'm fine.
That's Jack Mitchell, 1400 KLIN, and an FM signal that I don't know.
99.3.
99.3, of course. 99.3.
Nice. Of course. I love 99.3.
Yeah, we love 99.3 here on the Grum. We appreciate Jack for sitting in today for John, who is on his way down to Stillwater, Oklahoma. Stillwater, Oklahoma. There was a comment earlier, Jack, on the YouTube page, which is one of the many ways that you can get in touch with us, where someone asked for lots of Nebraska basketball talk today.
I got it if you want it.
Yeah,
I got it if you want it. I know you do.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to ask twice for you to break
Jack
it
Mitchell,
down.
Josh Peterson talking about Nebraska basketball handshake me.
This is your favorite week. It's Nebraska Creighton week.
Yes,
this is what you brought me here for, right?
It was.
It's the biggest. Everyone's talking about it except Josh because he hates it.
Nebraska.
Yeah,
is what we call it.
I think we have talked about the Nebraska Creighton game for a total of 2 minutes on our show
Insane.
this week.
It's the biggest story in the state right now.
The biggest story in the state.
Story in the state.
What about the whole football team and Matt Rule and
That's
transfer
old news.
portal?
That's old. There's no
Quarterbacks.
news. Basically no news. Did we learn anything today? Really?
Players hanging up their cleats.
That's a good question. Thank you, Nick. Look at you listening to the crossover.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have a little bit of Matt Rule audio. I gave Nick 4 clips today. I was like, Nick, I'm not going to give you 100 clips that will play 2 of them like John does.
I
I'm gonna
appreciate
give you
it.
4 clips, and I had to even cut his answers are so long. He gives like 2-minute answers.
He loves to
I'm
talk.
like, what
Again,
part of this answer do I want us to air?
There's a few reasons for that, and one of them is that his mind has been conditioned to see into the future and then process every article that will be written based upon what he says, read it, and then retroactively edit what he says to make sure that article he went into the future to read. And that all happens in like a 1/10 of a second.
You know how we will often like, he's a great speaker. And he is. He would be a horrible sports radio host because he would just try to come up with every permutation of everything imaginable for like a game this week. Well, they could do this, but I don't want to say anything bad about Jalen Hurts, but he could turn the ball over, but I don't want to say anything bad about it because he could also score a touchdown. It's like, yes,
there are
Matt,
so many paths that he goes down that he doesn't finish going down, and then he picks a new path, and then starts going down that one, and then pulls back from that one. And
I edited one clip, and I don't think I removed any context, but he gave like a 40-second answer, and then he finally started answering the original question that was asked. And I was like, I'm not going to include that part.
But I'll miss. I heard you talking about this before. I'll miss it. I will miss Mondays with Matt.
I just lunchtime is my podcast time. So, and then okay, so Matt Rule today.
Grandma.
Isn't your podcast time?
It's
Great
when
question.
I watch my stories.
Well, Nick, my podcast time is not when I'm doing prep for the show. And so I don't sit there listening to things. But Matt
you'll
Rule's,
listen to him when you're watching a game, which is also
man,
prep for the show.
I said this one time on the show, and everyone's like, all you do is listen to
He
podcasts.
listens to podcasts while he watches football games.
That's so weird.
Like
It's
2
so
or 3
weird.
times
That's
a whole
completely
year.
bizarre.
2 or 3 times a whole year. But anyway, so today he spoke for 36 minutes. 36 minutes. As a double speed listener, that's 72 minutes of pods. I could have listened to so much of the Happer show. Instead, I was listening to Matt Rule. So I'm just excited to get my Monday Happer podcast time. And your show, Jack and Friends, which
you.
I do
70 minutes. You could pretty much listen to the whole show during that time.
I have you on my podcast app. No, wait, that's a Jack Mitchell podcast. What's up with the Jack Mitchell podcast? Never mind. LNK today. Look, there it is. Now, it does say not following because I don't subscribe to it, but it's there in case
you could hear my interview. So one way you could have heard John Bishop today.
There you go. Joe Jordan, ideal place to live, Lincoln Arneal. I met Lincoln a few weeks ago.
That was
for the
yesterday.
first time.
That was yesterday. Today I had Bishop on the show.
Today's podcast hasn't been posted yet.
Today I had Bishop on the show, and our conversation led me to list out, and people got mad at me for this. I listed out every one possession game Nebraska
Lord.
has won or lost
Why?
since 2014.
Why?
I just wanted to prove to myself that the way I felt was justified.
And
it made me honestly, it made me feel better. It made me feel better, basically.
Wow, that sounds terrible. And then you texted this to me, so maybe we'll talk about that.
The visual was more impressive than I realized.
Yeah. Oh boy. Speaking of the show today, time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The latest college football playoff standings were unveiled last night. I have a question for you about what we are hoping for with this year's CFP We can tackle that in our next segment because it does seem like, speaking of all the permutations that like Matt Rule goes through, there are a lot of permutations and potential controversies with the CFP. So we'll unpack some of that in our next segment. Mike Schaefer will join us at the end of the hour. You know, so often with Schaefer now we don't talk about recruiting, but there's like some actual recruiting news that we can discuss. Wow, okay, never mind.
Good.
I'll ask him some recruiting questions.
I don't know.
No?
I'll
Okay.
yell at him about something. I'm sure I have something to yell at him
Fantasy
about.
football.
If you guys want, I'd be glad to. You
All
just
right.
beat me.
Feel free to yell at him about fantasy football. It is indeed Nebraska Creighton week. We can talk about that. I know you have some takes. There was a comment from Furley a few moments ago. Too bad Creighton couldn't stay undefeated like Nebraska. LOL.
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. This isn't even trolling.
Yeah,
It's disappointing.
You wanted undefeated
It's
Creighton.
disappointing.
You wanted top 10 Creighton in Omaha or in
Listen,
Lincoln.
I'm trying to be the, cheer for both teams in the state. I was hoping
Look
they
at
would
you.
win.
You're
And
even wearing blue today.
You're even wearing- and a Nebraska basketball hat.
Wow.
J-Sker.
Yeah.
J-Sker.
J-Sker Jack.
We get fired up for football. I love that we get to get fired up for football today. It reminds me of the bit that we have discussed doing a fired up for baseball. The Rays are
we
playing.
actually did it once.
We did.
We picked a day in like a Saturday in May.
And we were like, let's
And
get fired
and
up.
we went through like 1 p.m. Blue Jays and
Oh,
Orioles.
oh, man.
that'll be on TBS.
Yeah. The Yankees are playing against Texas.
I give this day a B-.
Yeah. By the way, you need to send in your grades still for fired up for football. So
I didn't get that assignment. I didn't understand. What am I grading?
You look at the weekend.
You texted me about it, and I read it, and I was like,
you
"Is
didn't
this
feel like
something-"
asking me what I
I
meant by
figured
it.
this would happen, and you would tell me.
No, so that I would make fun
You
of you
should
for it on
also
there.
take a look at the CFB plus NFL schedules and give me a grade for each plus overall. What does that mean?
Well, so thanks for listening to our Fired Up for Football segment every week, apparently. So we give grades to the weekend. We give an NFL grade, a college football grade, and then an overall grade.
Where you put plus here, if you had put the word week instead, that would have made sense.
Well, no, plus means and.
Mm-hmm.
Each and overall.
And then we also assign glory holes to how good the week is.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get that done.
Yeah, okay. So we need the glory holes from you, Jack. Mitch Holus has stopped by. Speaking of the NFL, we will have that coming up. And dumb debates. Jack's here for a dumb debate.
I don't
the
think
post-Thanksgiving dumb debates too.
Have I never done a Wednesday show?
I don't think so.
Because
Have you ever talked to Mitch Holus?
I can't remember. I think
Yeah.
maybe once he was on, but I don't remember ever doing dumb debates before.
Well, perfect. So we'll get your dumb debates questions in. And, we'll talk about that. Brian asks Jack if he knows how many days it's been since Creighton last beat Nebraska ball. Do you know how many days it's been, Jack? Since
almost
Nebraska?
2 years exactly.
Yeah, he adds it's 743 days.
No, I didn't have the number handy.
Yeah, Tyler writes Sunday will be hilarious. I don't know from which perspective, but it will be hilarious. I told Riss today, I said, hey, so by the way, we'll be that game will be on the other TV during 49ers and Eagles.
Oh, geez.
On Sunday, yeah. So we'll have that on.
Well, Josh, the only person in the state.
The other
the
TV.
only person in the state who this is the undercard for.
Many people in the state.
No,
This is
basically
the
the only one.
Jack,
The only
I'm not
one
even going
interested
to
in
watch it.
sports.
There you go. See?
I'll have the score
Okay,
up.
you
I'm
don't
not going to
count.
watch it. What do you
Right.
mean I don't count?
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't count for this discussion. Nick's got other stuff going on Sunday. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call or a text to the 42 Degrees of Source hotline by your mom's house. 402-951-1620. You can hit us up on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Or find us in the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com. Mike Schaefer is going to join us in a few moments, but when we return, the latest CFP standings are out. A couple reactions that came out of last night that, not to like bring back a debate from yesterday, though we actually might do this later today, of the playoff expanding, but I am very excited to get past this year and the stupid debates that we have with the playoff stuff. So we'll talk about that and I guess what could be a really weird or easy weekend for the committee when we return. Jack Mitchell in today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson. Nick Grimm producing. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
You can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift this Christmas morning. Join 1620 The Zone as we stuff the truck to benefit Toys for Tots. This Friday from 3 till 7 and Saturday from 11 till 4 at the Zone Studio parking lot off 50th and Dodge. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new unwrapped toy. All the info at 1620thezone.com with Molina Healthcare, 2 Men in a Truck, J-Tech Construction and Solar, and 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Zvu for Ted and Wally's. One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall, and of course, the winter and holidays, and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet. and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the 2 locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
This year, be sure your giving includes the Heart Ministry Center. Located at 24th and Binney, Heart Ministry Center provides food, health care, and a way forward to people severely affected by poverty in Omaha. Your donation helps make all we do possible. Please visit us online at heartministrycenter.org. You can also take a tour or volunteer. You'll see just what it means to be part of the Heart. Heart Ministry Center, dignity for all.
It's obvious the unthinkable continues. Most Americans know something very wrong is happening. People in charge keep telling you that everything's fine and to stop noticing. But you know better. That's why self-reliant folks are investing in emergency food storage. And you should too. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, are the ones you can trust. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $200 on each 3-month food kit you purchase. My Patriot Supply also sells solar generators, gravity-powered water filters, off-grid room heaters for when the power goes out, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your items ship that same day and arrive quickly on your doorstep in unmarked boxes. Go to mypatriotsupply.com today. Time is running out to prepare for what's coming. mypatriotsupply.com.
Hey everybody, it's Michael here for Ted and Wally's. One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is it go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall, and of course, the winter and holidays, and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the 2 locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
Hey, it's Happer, and you can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift on Christmas morning. Join the Zone, Molina Healthcare, and J-Tech Construction and Solar as we stuff the truck. Mark your calendars for Friday, December 1st from 3 to 7 p.m. and Saturday, December 2nd from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. here at our studio at 5011 Capitol Avenue in Omaha. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new unwrapped toy. It's Stuff the Truck to benefit Toys for Tots with 1620 The Zone, Molina Healthcare, and J-Tech Construction and Solar.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on this Wednesday. John will be back tomorrow from Stillwater ahead of Creighton and Oklahoma State. Of course, you can hear that game on 1620 The Zone. The precursor, Jack, to the Nebraska Creighton matchup this weekend. Jed writes, by the way, the only person in the state, I won't even know that game happens. I sadly know it's this weekend, but couldn't tell you the day, time, or channel, and don't care to know. Would you like to let Jed know what time the game is and when the game is?
I don't know what channel it's on because nobody cares what channel things are on anymore. Have you ever noticed that? Like you turn, at least for me.
I have regular cable now, so I have to know what.
Okay, Grandpa. Well, the rest of us who have streaming TV, it just there's just pictures of what you want to watch. You never know what. Like that to turn it to at least what channel anything.
FS1. So for me, and it's channel 78 Tonight, Creighton plays on ESPN2. Oh, it's an 8:00 game. Poor Johnny's going to be so triggered by that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, like when they played Iowa a couple weeks ago at
They're
9
gonna.
o'clock.
He's staying home tomorrow then, isn't he?
No, tomorrow.
Friday, I mean.
No, we're doing Stuff the Truck live from the parking lot.
Oh.
So, yeah, he'll be back.
So it's a good job adding a charity event a day that he has to be there.
Oh,
I
dude,
appreciate that.
He is going to be in a spicy mood, I would say.
I don't like spicy
A very
moods.
spicy, a very spicy mood coming up on Friday. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about this. Shaf's going to join us in just a moment. What are you hoping for from this year's playoff? And I don't mean like good games and a championship matchup of X versus Y. What are you hoping for in terms of this weekend delivering us the 4 teams? Because I was telling someone this morning, I don't want controversy. People love like chaos. I don't want chaos. I that's why, for a variety of reasons, I want Florida State to lose. I don't want there to be any controversy on if they should or shouldn't get in to the playoff. I don't want Alabama winning and that causing a whole problem where they somehow get in over Texas, even though Texas not only beat them, but they beat them in Tuscaloosa. Some people, I think, are going to be rooting hard for chaos this weekend. I'm going to be rooting for the easiest path imaginable to 4 teams where we don't have to have any consternation over the 4 that get.
I think my first thought was I kind of wanted chaos, but why though? Why do I want that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, when you bring it up the way that you did, you may have just convinced me there
That you don't want
What's the
chaos?
point? Because I totally agree on Florida State.
Yeah.
Like that sounds like that doesn't even sound like a fun conversation.
It does not.
If they lose, you don't have
It's
to deal with
nice.
that because the bad part is it sucks for them and it sucks for like neutral fans too because look, they're going to be in trouble in the playoff if they would go in as a 4 seed without their quarterback. And so like
we all know this.
Neither of those is a fun scenario,
No.
right? If they get screwed out of it because
of
the
that,
injury, or if they get in it and it's just a half-heart, we lose one of 3 final games of the season.
Correct.
being potentially good. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Florida State is going to come in and
Surprises
with
like
all the
Ohio
heart in the
State
world and they're
did,
going to beat Georgia. But
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm of
can't
two
believe
minds
it
with
at all.
this. I do not want them in the playoff because I think that they would get rocked in the first game by probably Georgia as 13-0. And yet, if they win this weekend, in my world, there is no way they don't get into the playoff. If we are not going to reward a team for going 13-0 in the ACC in 2023, like what are we doing? That's the thing. You have to win your games to make the playoff, and they won all of them.
So what's the realistic scenario that they get left out? I would say the Washington's above and now. If Oregon wins, Oregon's in over Florida State, right? We agree to that.
Well, if Florida State's undefeated?
Yeah.
I think Florida State's in. I don't think they're going to get left out.
I'm not saying they're going to be left out, but I'm saying if it was a comparison straight up between a winning Oregon team and Florida State.
Like what the debate would be?
Do you think Oregon would be, for instance, if they both got in, would Oregon be the higher seed? I think they would.
Yeah.
I think they'd be the 3.
I think Florida State's going to be the 4 if they
would
get
be
in.
the 4. But what scenario would get them out? Obviously, if Alabama would win, that's the biggest. That's the biggest likely one, right?
I think so. Though I will say, I don't think that they are going to get left out if they go undefeated. I think if they beat Louisville, that is not going to be the debate. The debate is going to be between somebody else and somebody else. And in my opinion, I think
you're right, and you're probably that is what should happen, but it still sucks.
It does.
I still think it sucks.
I think you just described it really well. One of the 3 final games of the season, it feels like a inevitability. Maybe Florida State would surprise us, but I just feel like we would get to the playoff and be like, cool, Florida State's going to get rocked now.
A Florida State, Georgia. Looking ahead to that game, a Florida State Georgia game,
sounds horrible.
And then say Michigan, Washington, or Michigan, Oregon.
Yeah,
potentially.
Like that sounds awesome.
Is the other one that sounds good?
Yeah.
But I don't know. How much chaos is really possible? I mean, Iowa's not going to beat Michigan. I'm not even going to. I mean, I'm not going to entertain that. And
But I think every other
again if I do.
I think every other game is kind of up for grabs. I think Georgia could lose. I think Texas could lose, though I think Texas will win.
But Alabama beating Georgia is the only real chaos agent. Am I wrong about that?
I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks that Oregon winning, there's like a world where they somehow don't get into the playoff, which is crazy because I think you can make an argument that they're like the second best team in the country.
Neither Oregon nor Washington gets in then, and so they would go like what, Texas, Florida State?
I think Texas, Florida State, the winner of the SEC championship, in Michigan.
Also, is Texas beating Oklahoma State really justify bumping them over Ohio State?
That's like I think it will be. I was stunned that Ohio State was still in front of them, though.
Crazy.
I thought that
and Alabama.
I thought the easy thing that could happen was going to be that they were just going to drop Ohio State beyond all of these one-loss teams that are not playing or that are playing this weekend. And that's what I thought was going to happen.
I also assume this. I'll see if you do. If Alabama would beat Georgia, you're assuming they're jumping Texas, even having lost to them, right?
I think they would. See, and I don't like that. I don't, as someone who, first of all, I don't like Alabama, so I don't want them in the playoff. But I don't like that as like, why do you play those games then? And it's funny. This is the last year of the playoff. So like all these points and arguments are going to be moot in 1 year's time. But why would you ever agree to play a tough non-conference game again if you can beat that team on the road, no less? And Jeff, they kind of kicked the crap out of them that night. They won by double digits. And then you would get jumped by them. And look, maybe I'm, crying crocodile tears and none of this is actually going to happen. But it's just, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about that happening.
Do we agree the ideal is Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Oregon winner, and Texas?
I think that's the playoff that I personally want. I want Georgia to win. I want Florida State to lose. I would rather have Oregon than Washington because I think Oregon's the better team.
I think either of them would be interesting enough, though.
I think Texas would be interesting, and I think Michigan obviously would be interesting.
So then
that's the cleanest one.
Then and the matchups would probably be in that scenario maybe not be Georgia, Texas, and Michigan against the Pac-12 team.
I think so. Yeah. See, like that sounds fun.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Texas would lose to Georgia. But I think Michigan versus Washington or Michigan, Oregon is a great game.
Yeah, either of those games would be great.
Dude, I think Oregon.
Also, they would the Rose Bowl would be dying not to be hosting that game.
And they get to this year.
Oh, they do. They host that game.
They would get that. The Sugar Bowl would be the other one.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like that'd be pretty sweet too.
Oh, wow.
All right, when we return, Mike Schaefer is going to join us. We can talk about the latest recruiting news with him. We will do so when we return. Jack Mitchell in today for John Bishop. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Wednesday here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Week 13 in the NFL is here, and it's here for Thursday Night Football. All customers with the FanDuel Sportsbook can get a no-sweat same-game parlay just for Thursday Night Football. 3-leg same-game parlay on Cowboys Seahawks, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. So take a couple anytime touchdown scorers, combine that with the winner of the game on the money line, and boom, you got yourself a same game parlay. You could build one like that, or you could choose from one of the popular ones that is pre-built for you on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. All you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Happer on America's #1 sportsbook just for Thursday Night Football on FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurants and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Damon Benning breaks down the Iowa game and recaps the season tomorrow at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
You could go to point A to B, or you could go to point X. Experience the stunning new 2024 BMW X Series lineup for yourself at Onyx Automotive. The BMW X range. Your next X venture starts here. Lease the new 2024 BMW X1 X-Drive 28i for just $549 a month at BMW of Omaha. Online at bmwofomaha.com. See dealer for details.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
Never feel remotely anything other than just this is awesome with a playoff.
Mike Schaefer.
Last week, I was accused of sounding like I had done a line of illegal drugs.
Mike Schaefer.
His name's Mike Schaefer. He's of Husker 24/7 Sports. And I think that my co-host today, Jack Mitchell, and him are going to yell about fantasy football.
Listen, nobody wants to hear the details of anyone's fantasy league. I got it. But I would like to say this. I am like 1990s Nebraska of our fantasy football league, 1980s, 90s Nebraska. Yeah. And Mike is like 1988 Colorado under Bill McCartney. There is this one-way hate and anger and targeting toward me and me.
From him?
From he, because of who I am. And it's not reciprocated in any way. And, you know, I generally have the trophies and he doesn't and all of those sorts of things. But I can really empathize with Tom Osborne and, you know, late
handshake
80s,
meme.
Early 90s Nebraska, having dealt with Mike Schaefer.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
See, there it is.
What happened this weekend?
He beat me.
Oh, he beat you?
He beat me in a key game. I mean, he's just playing spoiler at this point.
Yeah, I'm in last place.
And I'm in the midst of trying to get a playoff spot and needed it badly. And TJ Hawkinson couldn't do it for me enough on Monday night. He got a little, not enough.
Wow, he couldn't do it for him either.
Yeah.
Josh, if you're wondering why is Tony Pollard playing better, it's because I gave him to Jack for basically nothing.
Yeah, that's been good.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
The amount of players that have refound their careers this year when they've left that fantasy team, it's astounding. It really is. You know, I ruined a lot of NFL teams, including the fact that I have Patrick Mahomes on that team. If you're wondering why the Chiefs are struggling, this guy.
Wow. Okay. Well, please don't take any other Cowboys onto your team.
I got Pollard now. He's on a winning team. Winning culture.
Yeah,
all of a sudden.
He's been playing great. So
I enjoyed it.
I appreciate you trading him.
Go Cowboys.
Shape, before we get into the Nebraska stuff, I enjoyed the random side swipe that you had with BC on the Nebraska basketball podcast that you guys do about Mark Stoops just randomly just crapping on what was the reaction?
Number one, you listened to it. I'm impressed.
I wanted to prep
it's
for
more than
today's
a Nebraska basketball game this year, I'm sure.
Wow.
I wanted to prep for the
You
Nebraska.
really do love podcasts.
Yeah, I do. I was like, you know what? I'll listen to.
I don't even have to deal with content you care about. It's amazing.
I'll listen to him in BC, but randomly Mark Stoops comes up in his Wikipedia page and then BC was great because I'm in the exact same boat. BC's like, yeah, when I want to go look at coaches' records, I go to Wikipedia. And that's what I do too. I wouldn't go anywhere else. It's the best place to go. So anyway, it reminded me that you think Mark Stoops is a bad coach, and I thought that was fun.
I don't think he's a bad coach. I just think it's hilarious that you would pay $70-some million to buy out Jimbo Fisher and then turn around and pay like $11 million to hire Mark Stoops. And Mark Stoops hasn't even taken Kentucky to a division title. They've never even been close to a division title. They largely only beat teams that are under 500, win their non-conference every year against bad teams, except when Jeff Brom just got to Louisville. When Mark Stoops was like a name for the Nebraska job, I was completely out on it. So I found the whole thing, hilarious. And it's great. He's going to be coaching at Kentucky for like $10.5 million a year. And, if you add up a couple years worth of wins, that's almost like they're getting $1 million a win there.
Wow, boom roast.
I agree. I mean, I tend to agree.
Wow.
I think I can't remember when I ranked like all 40 candidates. I think Mark Stoops was outside the top 10 in my rankings.
In your top
from
40
last
rankings.
It's not like he's a bad coach. I just don't like if you're Texas A&M and you're known for like pretending like you're going to be in the mix for things. Like I don't know that Mark Stoops is going to make that better for you.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yep.
Shafe, do you want to start with the good or the bad news of yesterday in recruiting? Or I guess in one of those moves wasn't that surprising. Were either of these moves surprising to you, the Bricks commitment or the Jones decommitment?
You know, the Jones decommitment wasn't necessarily a surprise, but I think the reason that it happened is a little surprising. It seems that Nebraska basically told Carlin Jones, if you aren't going to sign in December, if you're going to push this back to February, we don't regard you as a commitment anymore. And so he then opened things up, and we will see how it goes with him in Ohio State, which is not a guarantee by any means. I believe Kansas State, Oklahoma State, other schools that will be involved there. Nebraska maybe could be there in February, but I think they're just going to move on entirely. So I think my shock of it was that when Ohio State got in the mix with Carlin Jones, and then I'm anticipating Texas A&M will be in the mix with Mike Elko as well for the defensive lineman out of Bay City. I thought it would be difficult for Nebraska to keep him. I never really anticipated that they would be the ones cutting him loose, but they're in such a weird numbers crunch, and they have so many commitments in this class, and they just don't want to play games, and they don't have to play games. They kind of dictated that a little bit, and I thought that was really interesting. The Grant Bricks thing has been kind of an open secret for a little more than a week now. Matt Rule even kind of made mention during his press conference before the Iowa game that they had guys looking to join the program coming off of that Wisconsin loss, sort of insinuating that, there might be something afoot there. And they had just done such a strong job recruiting Grant Bricks throughout. It was going to be a big shock to me. And I think I've made mention to this to you multiple times. It would be a big shock to me if he hadn't ended up with Nebraska. And so I think it's a good cultural fit. I think it's a good fit for what they want to do on their offensive line. And, I'm excited to see what Grant Bricks can give this program in the future. He's not likely to help in 24, but maybe he could be your starting right tackle in 2025, replacing Bryce Benhart.
Do you think
Bryce Benhart comes back?
Do you think he had his CDL when he drove that truck?
I do not. Did we get an actual image of him driving the truck?
No, it was potentially deceptive editing, and I'm glad you brought that up.
I don't know that we have enough information to assume that he actually drove the truck, which allows for plausible deniability. So if anybody were to come after him for attempting to drive without a CDL, you could certainly point out that there is no visual of him actually driving.
Well, I definitely did not drive a dump truck for the state of Nebraska without a CDL most of the summer of 1997. So it's definitely didn't. And even if I did, the statute of CDL limitations is way over by then. Anyway, tell me a little bit more about Bricks, because it's always been fascinating, Mike, the little bit I've talked to you about Bricks, just like him, like his personality and who he is. Like, I remember you were telling me you were going down, to see him or you've written about him, and he's like in the marching band or like directing the band, or like I read last night he went at the basketball game as soon as he committed, going to play in the pep band at the game and homecoming king. He seems like a fascinating sort of personality with everything.
Yeah, there's an element of him that just feels like a Norman Rockwell painting, like the All-American Boy kind of thing, like it's when you go there, and when I went and watched him play this year, and one of the officials comes up, and I'm wearing like a 24/7 hat, and so he knows why I'm there. And he's like, I've watched this kid play. Great kid. Just seems, the people in the town rave about him. And it just seems like everyone that you would bump into, and they know that you're there to write about or to watch Grant Bricks, they all have kind of a Grant Bricks story. Like he's one of those guys in a community that the community is clearly rallied around. He's one of theirs. And like you said, he's the homecoming king. He's the drum major. He's a heavyweight wrestler. He's the 4-star offensive tackle, key cog on their offensive line. I mentioned this to Brunts. I'd never seen this before. A team's entire defensive strategy involved chop blocking an offensive lineman to prevent him from picking off their linebackers and their safeties further down the field. So the team that I watched play against Grant Bricks would just dive at his knees at every snap. on defense. They're sacrificing themselves to protect their teammates. It was, a remarkable thing to see. And the interesting thing with Grant is going to be the development, because he comes from an offense that is largely they largely just run the ball. I mean, it's 90% run. The game that I went to, they threw one pass the entire game that was intercepted, and they did not pass again. So he is going to have to get better in pass protection. He's going to have to get used to that. But I do think that you're getting a guy right off the bat that could be a pretty good run blocker for you. And I think he fits more in the mold, and this is going to scare some people. He fits more in the mold of the Matt Farniok, Turner Corcoran, where his long-term future might be as an interior offensive lineman. But because of Nebraska's roster build, he's probably going to start out as a right tackle.
Seeing how that goes.
Mike Schaefer joining us, Husker 24/7 Sports.
I always try to make, even give you some good and then just remove it from you.
Yeah. You wrote in your takeaways from it. You mentioned the summer and the summer thoughts that you had. And it honestly took me back to the College World Series and many of the conversations that you and I had down in the Omaha Baseball Village. When you look at the position that this guy plays and who they were competing against, is this the most impressive get of the 2024 class?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to stack it up, it's probably Grant Brix is one, and then Ja'Cory Barney is right up there towards the top as you put things together. I mean, Kawan Lacey would have been, but they weren't able to hold on to him, and certainly Carlin Jones would have been if you could have prevented Ohio State there. But I would say Grant Brix is one. And again, we're talking about a guy who took an official visit to Alabama, and they wanted him. I think they ended up with a commitment, so they didn't have to push very hard, and I think they felt like he wasn't likely to leave the area. But they really, really wanted. I left Carter Nelson off that list, and I shouldn't have. I mean, we're talking Georgia, Notre Dame, and Penn State. That's clearly a monster crew to have to go against. But it kind of shows, Matt Rule and his staff, like they're not afraid to go toe-to-toe for some of these Midwest kids. And yes, in the scenarios of Carter Nelson and in Grant Brix, proximity is a big part of it. But guess what? I mean, you got Christian Jones coming up for 2025, the linebacker out of Omaha West Side. There's a number of talented kids down in the Kansas City, Missouri area. And those guys, by and large, Oklahoma has cleaned up with. So for Nebraska to kind of stop the bleeding there and to show that it can recruit in the proximity in the Midwest, I think it's a really good sign going forward. I would like to see them get more involved in Kansas City. I would like to see some more wins from outside of your state. In some of these critical battles. Like again, he's Iowa, but it's nominally Nebraska with how far west he is in Iowa. But I just think it's a good sign for Matt Rule and recruiting in general that they were able to have some of these wins, even though on the field hasn't been great, and in some of these cases they hadn't even played a game yet when they were winning these recruiting battles.
Today at the press conference, Matt Rule kind of made the case that he would prefer to have someone in early, develop them either as a recruit or as a transfer that's got some years left than to, just get someone for a year. And I mean, he kind of indicated, hey, this is the way we want to do things. This is the way we're going to do things with knowledge and understanding of what last year's class and this year's class look like. What does that tell you then, Mike, about, and knowledge of what Matt Rule's at least alleged philosophy is on this? What does that tell you about what you think they will try and do in the transfer portal this year?
Well, so if they took, I think, 11 to 12 guys out of the portal last year, I think that number is going to be a lot smaller in 2024 for this cycle. And I think that you're going to see them really emphasize certain positions. And, he had a remark in there. If they're going to go get someone, he needs to be better than what they have. And so because of that, I think they're going to really emphasize, getting actual producers and less so just filling out with depth. Like there's quite a few guys they took in last year's cycle that did not play for Nebraska, probably will not play for Nebraska. And I don't think we're going to see that. Like, I think if they're going into the portal, it's with a very specific outcome in mind for a very specific type of player. And because of that, it probably means that they're going to do less and less of that moving forward too, because I think they want to build this as internally as they can. But there's some positions beyond quarterback even where they may not have a great internal, play on their roster. I look at middle linebacker. If John Bullock ends up leaving and you've already lost Luke Reimer and Nick Henrich is on his way out, then you you have Mekhi Bayer, who Jack Mitchell did not know was a real player until the Colorado game.
What? Yeah, that guy made a tackle. I saw his name. I was like, I've never heard of that dude ever.
Well, neither had Gus Johnson.
Yeah.
To be fair.
I mean, I'm just going to move on from that. There's about a million comments I wanted to make there. So you've got something like middle linebacker where, and especially coming off of how well they played defensively, it could be really interesting if there's a guy or two in the portal that they really kind of target as a potential starting middle linebacker. Same thing at corner. And those are two positions on defense. And then on offense, I think you want to see if you can find a running back. You want to see if you can find a wide receiver that can help you, but not necessarily someone that would come at the expense of the development of what you're doing at wide receiver. So the biggest thing is going to be quarterback. And I think there's a million different discussions to be had on it. And I think one of the most interesting is what type of quarterback. Do you have to have a guy who can, set the sun for you and everything revolves around what he can do because your offense is so deficient? Or do you feel strong enough about the talent that you have on offense that you just need a guy who can game manage? And is that person in the portal better than what you have on your roster? I mean, there's a lot of conversations to be had about how they're going to approach the portal and quarterbacks alone.
Shafe, we got an email from someone, and I'm guessing you've been asked this a lot. Please ask Shafe the specific reason why Rizak did not receive a D1 offer as a quarterback. Thoughts?
Yeah, I just don't know that anyone regarded him as a quarterback on the FBS or FCS level. I don't know if he had D2 opportunities. I know that he did not have scholarship FCS or FBS opportunities. He could have walked on at places. He could have went to an academy. But I just don't know that anyone looked at him and thought that this was a guy that they could develop as a quarterback at a high level at the college level. And he had a great high school career and won multiple state titles and, was definitively the quarterback of the best team in the state from start to finish this past year. There's a part of me that wonders what it would look like if, you put him on a different team, how things might have played for him because of the talent advantage that Westside has relative to everyone on their schedule. But that's not a knock necessarily on Anthony. I just also know that he went to multiple camps. He attempted in a lot of different ways, and it just wasn't a fit. There wasn't someone who said, yes, this is what we want at quarterback. And I heard a lot from people who felt like Nebraska should have, but I think it speaks kind of loudly that no one else really did either. And even at Notre Dame, I'm somewhat skeptical he's going to be in the quarterback room, all said and done, as a walk-on there. And he very well might. I know Nebraska was interested more in him as an athlete than they were as a quarterback, but Anthony wants to play quarterback, and I hope he gets an opportunity, and I hope he thrives with it. He's a great kid, and he had a great career at Omaha Westside.
Before I ask the next question, I'm just pulling the room. Rule seemed to hedge on the quarterback transfer thing, kind of acting like, hey, we may just stick with what we have. None of us believe that.
I
right?
don't.
They'll get someone.
Okay.
I just want to make sure. The thing I don't know is I don't know that it necessarily will be someone that has a lot of playing experience. That's what's interesting is I could see them just go get a guy that they like a lot that maybe hasn't played much and throw him into a competition with Chubba Purdy and Heinrich Haarberg. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Nebraska does.
My question for you, Mike, is kind of a large scale one, probably one you've talked about before, but it came up again. I mean, Rule talked about the NIL money that would go with a quarterback transfer. And I get, and it brought up a lot of people were surprised. And then a lot of people wondered about that process. Can you just kind of, are there misconceptions that you see out there about, especially about NIL and recruiting and just how that process even, because I admittedly don't know completely how that works. And you at least hear players talking about it. You have an insight into it that most of us don't have. Are there a lot of misconceptions about exactly how that whole world actually works?
Yeah, I mean, I think people think that the numbers that get thrown out is like cold cash. Like it usually involves some sort of package that has a car and an apartment and furniture and things of that nature, and then a monthly stipend and things like that. So usually, using some former players in the past, like Casey Thompson and O'Shawn Mathis, the pitch there was that we have this total compensation package for you, but it's not like they were just getting straight cash necessarily. So I think that's one of the early misconceptions. I think people have kind of come around on that. Here's another one. There's nothing that polices any of this And there's nothing that provides the transparency to back up a lot of the numbers that get bandied about. And so when you hear that so-and-so is getting $2 million to play quarterback at Colorado, you have to ask yourself, is this accurate? Who would be paying the $2 million? Is, there's just a lot of things that sort of get said, and there's no way to really verify the accuracy on a lot of it. Now, even Matt Rule today talking $1.5 to $2 million. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how many quarterbacks he's talking about that command that much money. Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 12? Because there's a big difference if it's 2, 3, or 12. So it becomes kind of a side conversation there. And then here's the other part of it. Michael Penix wasn't commanding that amount of money. Bo Nix wasn't commanding that amount of money. Like, you will find guys that go into the portal that have multi-years, and then they end up very good where they're at because the fit was really good, or the offense put around them was really good, or the head coach had a great idea of how to use this player, and they got more out of him than the last place that he was at could have. And so, I think that there's the idea of the Kyler Murrays, those, transcendent, just phenomenal, generational type quarterbacks that are in the portal. I think those are really rare. And I think you're more likely, if you're Nebraska, to find success if you can find the next Michael Penix than you are getting the next Kyler Murray. I just don't know that they're going to win those sort of battles recruiting wise. And if they can do it financially, I have no idea. And I say this a lot, I don't spend a lot of time worrying about what 1890 is doing or how it's all going. These things have a way of sorting themselves out. And so, if Nebraska can play in the deep end of the pool financially, we'll see it happen. But I'm not anticipating that at this point in time.
He is Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7 Sports. He joins us each week on Wednesday at about this time. Mr. Schaefer, thank you for taking the time for us today. Sorry about your fantasy football loss. Please don't put any Dallas Cowboys on your roster.
That's all right. Our team won our Super Bowl last week by putting pressure on Jack to make the playoffs. So, and now we face the teams that he needs me to beat in order to get into the playoffs. He goes from hating to needing the Chicken District Cluckers to come through 2 more times.
Bill McCartney. That's what you are. Bill McCartney.
Shafe, have a great rest of your week. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Take care. Thanks for having me on.
That is Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 Sports. There was a lot in there, especially at the end. We do have some of the Matt Rule audio about the quarterback stuff, about the portal stuff in general. Josh writes, long story short, pay for a top quarterback transfer and ride with him. Amazing Daniel, going back to the question that you asked both of us, I think he's just trying to avoid sounding like he's saying, well, there's no way we can win with who we have.
I mean, that's what I meant when I said none of us actually believe that. I'm sure that's the reason he said what he did.
Yeah.
So, and not to raise expectations either, because then if they don't get one, be like, well, what happened?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, it's the $15,000 payday on 1620 The Zone. You could win the ultimate payday, Nick. Well, you can't because you work here.
Yeah.
Of $15,000. Get entered to win now at 1620thezone.com. We'll play some of the Matt Rule audio when we return. And then I do want to ask you about the Nebraska basketball game. They're playing Creighton. What's at stake for these schools?
Wow.
Nebraska.
Look at this.
Look at you. Look at you and your interests.
Basketball
I can't believe you listen to Shape's basketball podcast.
I was doing
I
prep.
haven't even gotten to that interview yet. That podcast.
Yeah,
yet.
it was prep. I was like, you know what? I'm going to be talking Nebraska basketball with Jack today. I should do some prep on it.
That's why you're the best in the biz.
Jack, I'm a little disappointed you didn't wear your weird turkey leg hat today.
I could have brought it. I
wanted that.
Sorry, I'll bring it next time. I'll be wearing it on Monday in certain circumstances.
Oh, he indeed will. All right, we'll talk about that and more when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor. No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No, that could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming more mild Wednesday.
Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Winds out of the south and southwest 5 to 15 miles per hour. Afternoon highs around 50. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's unsportsmanlike conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
The following is a test of the KOZN emergency system equipment. The data tones you just heard are used in the emergency alert system. This concludes testing of the KOZN emergency alert system equipment. This station serves the Nebraska Operational Area Number 1.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro. Dentistry for the entire family.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the Rivalry.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the Rivalry. Make the right call.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Stop being a dumbass! This is unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell with you on this Wednesday. Mitch Holus is still to come. We'll talk about the Chiefs, who have gone 1-1 since we last spoke with him. We didn't talk to him last week after.
Stop disrespecting the Chiefs.
No, they won a game. They beat the Raiders.
About how they lost, though.
I was pissed when they lost to the Eagles, Nick. Pissed. Will writes, love Angry John, but Jack is a nice change of pace for us / you, Josh. Wow.
Wow, John's just catching strays.
Man, this is great. No, it's fine. Please keep
Yeah, what was
doing
the
that.
comment
Please.
earlier on YouTube, Jack, that was from Star Wars Fiend? Star Wars Fiend had some
I don't
nice
know. It
things
was just
to say.
another one of the many commenters. Yes, on Monday, your commenters were blasting me.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden they like me. I don't know
Oh,
what's...
here it is. Star Wars Fiend. I love Jack. Seriously, have him more often. We would love to have Jack on more often. The issue is, in terms of filling in, it's a long drive. And Jack has like a family. A lot of the other people we
Not
had...
during the day, really. And one of my... I mean, I have less of a family than I used to.
That's true. Your son's off
My
to
son's
college.
off to college. My daughter's 13. She's... I mean,
That's true.
I'm at the great point of parenting where there's not much
They just
to
do it themselves.
You eventually get to where I am with old kids.
Yeah.
And, that does have its drawbacks, but it's got a lot of really good things about it, too.
That's a topic. Biggest drawback of being a parent of an older kid.
Ooh,
is it the
there's a
concern
lot
of,
of good ones.
Is it the concern about like the partying? Like, did you have that concern with Johnny?
The drugs?
Yeah, he's doing fentanyl or whatever.
I suppose if
Cocaine.
that's potentially happening,
Johnny,
it
put
would
the
be,
heroin
but-
down.
No, that's not a big
Classic Johnny.
That's not really a big one. There's not a whole lot of downsides.
Wow, what a son that
I'm
you
glad
have.
to hear that.
Well,
Heroin
my
isn't
daughter's
really a
13
big
also.
Yeah.
She's going to be a
That's
high
the
schooler
age, though,
soon.
right? They say high school girls, like she's
Yeah,
reaching
she's
the
still,
age.
I
Like, do you
mean,
still have a relationship with her?
she
talks
still
to
wants
you?
to be home most of the time. So
That's
she's
good.
not quite at a couple
Leave me
years
alone,
now.
Dad.
Yeah, she's not. She still wants to be with us all the time.
That's good.
I'm assuming that's going away in the next 2 years.
For sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
And then, and then I'll really be freed up. So
Yeah. All right, cool.
I'd be glad to come on more.
All right, awesome.
Just
Fill in
keep-
season
yeah.
for Jack. Amazing Daniel wants to know, did Pillin tell him he can't do the show from home? Is that what it was? Did Pillin say, get out of your home?
Yeah, I am a taxpayer funded, obviously.
Yeah, of
when I
course.
come on here.
Of
So
course.
putting it to good use.
Old Man Doug writes, could Jack become a J-sker? I love the way the blue looks on him. Many are commenting. I like that
Like
blue
this shirt?
That shirt's a nice shirt.
There's a 90% chance I got it from Costco or Sam's
Oh,
if I'm
nice.
wearing it.
Good work from Costco and or Sam's. Let's get to some Matt Rule audio. We were just talking with Mr. Mike Schaefer about the quarterback stuff, and that was a question early from Steve Sipple. Like, it was funny. I thought that everyone was kind of beating around the bush, and then Sipple was basically like, hey, do you have to go into the portal to get your quarterback? Here's what Matt Rule had to say earlier today at the press conference.
I think that the portal for me is I either want to, if we go into the portal, I either want to get someone with at any position, someone with multiple years, I think is on caliber with the guys that we have, or someone who's instant impact upgrade, like someone who can make a difference. Make no mistake that a good quarterback in the portal costs, $1 million to $1.5 million to $2 million right now. So just on the same page, right? So let's make sure we all understand what's happening. So there's some teams that have $6 or $7 million players playing for them. So we just kind of believe in doing things like the old school way, the hard way, building. But that doesn't mean we won't look at people in the portal. We did it last year, right? It just means they have to be clearly an impact player for us if they're like a 1-year player, or they have to be someone that has multiple years to get in our program and develop.
You're laughing. You're kind of shaking your head.
Well, first of all, yeah, you're right. That is the hard way to do it.
Yeah, we like it being really difficult.
Yes, I would choose the potentially easier way, which is open up the checkbook.
Yeah, the better players.
To be honest. But there's no... Josh, there is no. I get why he's saying what he is. I understand. So. It would be malpractice almost not to get whether I don't know. And the only way to get it is getting a transfer.
Yes,
they just don't.
They have to.
First of all, they don't have enough bodies in the room that you're confident can even play quarterback right now.
No,
I mean, if you're really going to go in with Purdy and Harburg and those two only, and then no number 3 with any experience.
Yeah, Daniel Kalen and then a bunch of walk-ons.
Watchy. In addition to just this conversation about needing to have a great starter, you have got to have depth. Every year not having depth has killed them.
Yeah.
For X number of years, and so I don't know. You can say whatever you want, but there's no question they have to find at very least someone to go in and come in and compete, I guess largely with Purdy, but
what's the angle of him doing this? Now, let me go back to the comment that we had a little bit earlier. Oh, yeah. Okay.
It was
from
Daniel.
Well, there's no way we can win with who we have. Like, he's trying to avoid sounding like saying that, but there's a middle ground though, right? Between this room is trash and we need to get someone better, and his answer of we want to do it the old school way. There's got to be a happy medium in there somewhere.
Sure, say
right?
what I said. Look at the number. Just look at the numbers.
And there is, right? I don't want to call him a liar, but I just don't believe this. I don't believe that this is what they are going to do. I do not believe that they are going to operate this way, because the kindest view that I could have of the quarterback room is that Chubba Purdy is an interesting developmental project.
Chubba.
That's the kindest view I have. And I just named one guy, and that's the only guy that I would name.
And I don't know what the plan is with Harburg. Again, there's always this wondering if he there's a potential he would move positions or something. But again, going back strictly to numbers.
Yeah.
To
They don't
numbers,
have enough numbers
of guy. If you've got those two,
yeah,
for sure. I mean, he didn't say it, but Sims is obviously gone, right? I mean, it was
basically said it without saying
it. Was very clear what was happening there at that point, and so they've got to have more. But the recruiting class is what the recruiting class is, right?
Yep.
Kalen's coming in as a true freshman.
Yep.
Hopefully, eventually, he's in the mix at that point. I don't think you expect him to come in the fall.
Definitely not.
Maybe you hope to redshirt him. I'm not even sure what they're thinking with him.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've got. Can you imagine, Josh? Can you imagine going into
next year
the fall and they didn't add anyone outside of the recruiting class?
Like that's how you lose the trust of a place, right? Like that. It would take a big hit. My trust would take a big hit. Adam writes in text machine 402-951-1620. NU is never going to pay $1 million or more to get a quarterback out of the portal.
Say that again.
Nebraska's not paying $1 million for a quarterback.
I don't know what that's the thing is. I don't know if that's true or not.
I liked the way that Schaaf put it. Is it 2 guys? Is it 3 guys? Is it 12 guys? Like we don't know. It's such a gray area in terms of that position.
Josh, there are so many quarterbacks in the portal.
There are
and it hasn't even opened yet.
Yeah.
And we haven't even heard from some of the teams that will still be playing on Saturday. We haven't heard from teams maybe that are going to bowls, those sorts of things. There are already scads of quarterbacks in the portal at this point. You've got to try and get some.
Yeah.
You've absolutely got to.
Another early question, and this one was interesting because you could tell that he really didn't want to answer it in maybe the way that it was phrased, but it was essentially like, what lessons did you learn from recruiting and bringing in Jeff Sims? And here was about 30 seconds of that answer.
Well, I'm never going to say anything that's going to sound at all sound disrespectful towards a player. So, I think Jeff's an amazing, amazing young man, an amazing human that was there for his teammates every step of the way. Had we started off with a couple layup games and, he got some confidence, maybe things would have gone better. He's really talented, can run, dynamic, can make all the throws, just turn the ball over too much. But I love who he is. I love the person that he is.
Yeah. And
I mean, say this for him. He will not, it's interesting. He will not say anything negative about most players.
No,
he will not even touch it. But there's no chance that the truth is anything in his mind other than, well, that was a completely failed experiment.
Yeah,
in every possible way. Of course it was.
Yeah. I mean, when he begins the answer with this.
Well, I'm never going to say anything that's going to sound at all sound disrespectful to
which.
Okay.
Because that's what the question. The question was.
Is,
listen, everyone involved would admit that was whatever happened went completely wrong.
Yeah. By the way, and Nebraska doesn't have any chance to land this guy, but Riley Leonard from Duke has put his name into the transfer portal.
I heard somebody say I think he's a Notre Dame guy, but man, there's so many. There's 4 guys. I can think 4 or 5 guys that I've seen, and I'm like, that'd work. That'd be all right.
And this is maybe a question we can unpack later, but what type of quarterback would you like them to get? Are you looking for like and I feel like we should just put all these guys into a bucket. You'll have like a Riley Leonard is a proven Power 5 guy. And then there's like a proven Group of 5 guy and a proven FCS guy. And then there would be in each of those buckets, there's like the Power 5 guy who like hasn't played yet, like almost like a Chuba or Justin Fields a few years ago. So I'm talking about like a 5-star or 4-star, really high level guy that just hasn't played much. And then I guess you could do the same thing at each of the other levels. And then there's like the Jeff Sims type who has played, but maybe not really a whole lot of like good. What bucket do you want them, or what lake do you want them fishing in?
First off, I mean, I think you've got, this isn't necessarily what you were asking, but you're going to have to find somebody whose interception numbers aren't great. They're going to.
Yeah, and I guess that was the other part, right? Stylistically.
I assume they're going to overreact that way
they're going to go
to a passer. So anything
100%.
that looks anything like Jeff Sims's numbers,
correct,
for his career, I can't imagine they're going to touch that.
I think they are going to move on from athleticism with the next guy.
Yes, and that's the other thing. I don't think a running quarterback is going to be. That's not necessarily. I'm not ruling it out, but I don't think that's the first priority. It was interesting what he said. He mentioned Penix and Nix, and what happened with them is they came in with a couple of years remaining. I swear sometimes people forget. Like Penix was good at Indiana, but not Like
not he turned into something else.
Nothing
entirely.
close. And Nick's was a laughing stock.
Nick stunk. We were like, this is bad. This guy's not very good.
So he's obviously, I mean, he has those guys in his head. I'm reading into the lines. I'm maybe overreading as much as I can, but maybe you're looking for a guy with multiple years that has been at a Power 5 and doesn't have gaudy interception numbers, I guess.
Yeah.
He sounds like he wants someone. He really does sound like he wants someone that is going to be here multiple years.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Right. I get that entirely.
Right. But that rules out a whole bunch of the names that I was thinking of.
It rules out the plug and play, fix everything.
KJ Jefferson, Howard, Grayson McCall. I mean,
a lot of good names
all those guys are 5th, 6th. Like KJ Jefferson's like 7 years. Some of them are ridiculous. The Miami guy, all of those guys.
We'll get to a call when we return. 402-951-1620. Also can talk some Nebraska Creighton as well with that game. 4 days away? A Sunday afternoon tilt. Many second TVs for a lot of folks around here because obviously we'll all be watching 49ers and Eagles, which is going on at the same time as the Eagles escaped another one this weekend. He's Jack Mitchell. I'm Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
You can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift this Christmas morning. Join 1620 The Zone as we stuff the truck to benefit Toys for Tots. This Friday from 3 till 7 and Saturday from 11 till 4 at the Zone Studio parking lot off 50th and Dodge. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new unwrapped toy. All the info at 1620thezone.com with Molina Healthcare, 2 Men in a Truck, J-Tech Construction and Solar, and 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Zubir for Ted and Wally's. One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is that go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall, and of course, the winter and holidays, and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the 2 locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Looking for a pure electric vehicle that does 0 to 60 in less than 5 seconds? The eyes have it. The BMW i-Line. 100% electric, 100% sports car, 110% BMW. The BMW i-Line. The electric vehicle that takes you farther than you could ever imagine. Right now, lease a new BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 a month at BMW of Omaha. Online at bmwofomaha.com. See dealer for details.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Cyber Golden Gable deals are here at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 45% off and save an extra $100 on every $800 you spend on select major appliances. And there's more. Get the DeWalt 20-volt Max Drill Kit for $99. Was $159. Hurry, these savings won't last because Lowe's knows deals. Valid through 11/29 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here from my friends at Kugler Vision. If you have money sitting in your flex plan or in your health savings account, it is time for an early holiday gift for yourself. Enjoy the holiday season and beyond with crisp, clear vision that you deserve from Kugler Vision. Schedule an eye analysis today by giving them a call at 402-558-2211 or visiting their website, kuglervision.com. Book that appointment now at kuglervision.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Josh Peterson, Jack Mitchell on a Wednesday. We have Mitch Holus coming up in a little over a half hour. KD writes in, and Jack, KD is a proud Creighton fan.
Okay.
Says, I got invited to a watch party for the Jay Skurs game Sunday and outright told them I couldn't attend because of 49ers Eagles and the need for 2 screens. And he's also a 49ers fan.
Wow.
What do you mean, wow?
I'm the NFL fandom runs deep with some people.
Oh,
Man.
it does. It does. It runs deep for me.
I will have 1 screen. Well, I'll be there. Doesn't matter. I don't need screens. I don't even
the
care.
49ers Eagles game.
It's a regular season
What do you
game.
mean? But it's one of the ones where the sun's going to set at halftime.
I do like that. I do like.
The sun
Wait,
will
is
set
it
at
in
half-
Philadelphia?
It's in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
It's 2 good teams,
I do-
Jack.
Yeah, it's the 2 best teams in the NFC.
You'll get to see the
unless
refs.
one of them isn't one of the 2 best teams in the NFC. Because neither of them are the Dallas Cowboys.
You'll get to see the refs ignore more.
Yeah, I
Eagles
took my dog for a walk right before the end of the first half, so I saw like a picture of the play when Josh Allen was getting pulled down. And that's a weak. How do first they miss it, and then how do they call it intentional grounding?
The ref's a homer.
Triggered.
The ref's a homer.
Triggered. Speaking of homers, old man Doug joins us right now on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Doug, hello, how are you?
I am doing well. Good to see Jack.
Thank you,
It's
Doug.
always good to see
Appreciate
Jack.
it.
I guess my question, there was a comment made the other day by Sean Callahan, and he said for this last season that Sims had the biggest NIL deal of any player at Nebraska.
Sure.
Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
I mean, I'm not saying before the results, but
Yeah, because since he was a quarterback.
He
Yeah.
was a transfer quarterback, which is kind of the gold standard of NIL. Yeah.
correct. So I'm assuming no one in their right mind is going to give him any NIL deal for this year. And I mean, when he made the quarterback or a comment about the quarterback, I wonder what roughly he was getting. Was it $1 million? Was it $1.5 million? I mean, obviously we missed, they missed on them. I think Chuba could be a decent quarterback. I mean, who knows? With some development, he could be a lot better next year. I think Harburg is not a quarterback. I think he's a tight end. But the athletes, I think most people agree they should be paid something. I know, Josh, you're a big advocate for that. Jack, I'm not sure. But if that's the case, and if this were, and because we're basically a pro, college sports is pro now. We're basically a pro team. Would you pay, would you have this person on your roster draw on a big salary? And I know he's a fine young man. I'm not saying, but again, now they're getting paid this kind of money. I think you can get a little more cutthroat. And if he's on the roster, unless he's a walk-on, I think it's a complete waste.
He won't. Thanks for the call, Doug. Sims will not be on the roster next year.
No, I mean, you could read pretty clearly between the lines.
Yeah, and I don't think
he
he's
didn't
gonna
want
be
to say
anywhere.
it. He was like, "I'm meeting with him tomorrow."
Yeah,
and then I don't think he'll be on the roster. So I wouldn't be concerned about that. But it was interesting what Schaefer said too. Is that there's no. I mean, Rule kind of knows these numbers. I'm sure he does. I'm sure they're familiar with it. But can you even imagine what like the negotiations are even like? Because I mean, like, well, Colorado offered me $1.5 million. Oh, well, did they? You know,
Correct.
can you show me?
It's like
can you show it to me in writing?
It's like trying to buy a house right now where you have to offer these wild things and you just don't know what the other person is offering, right? Where it's like, all right, make your best offer by today. And you can't, so like you and I could be going in for a house, right? And you're like, I'm gonna put in $500,000. I don't know what you're doing. And I'm like, well, the asking offer or the asking price was $400,000. Should I do 500 or should I do $600,000? And then there's no chance for us to actually compete. It's just the person. No, in the case of this, the player, they get to decide, based on what they hear.
And I know you and I kind of disagree on this. I don't hate NIL, but I just can't stand how it all works running through the third parties like this with no connection and nobody knows what's no one knows what's going on. We barely know what these contracts look like. No one talks about it anywhere.
Let me play this one more clip that we'll play for now. Because he was asked about name, image, likeness. And again, coaches have to be really careful with how they answer this because A, you don't want to come off as sour grapes, and B, like you also don't want to hurt your own recruiting efforts because you're like, yeah, this is stupid. And so here's what Matt Rule had to say earlier today at his press conference.
It is what it is. Yeah, it's no, I would not let people be able to buy people off another roster. It's so simple. Like you think about you recruit somebody and you develop them for 2 years and then someone comes in and takes them, and then that coach gets fired. It's like, well, he actually did a pretty good job. So, I just that part of it. But I think young people getting, I think the players getting a piece of, their name, image, and likeness that makes sense to me. 100% makes sense to me. There's not one part of me that's ever had a problem with it.
Where this is ultimately going, I mean, we've said this a million times, is the universities are eventually going to be paying these guys. And I actually think it will be better. It will be, obviously. It'll be better for the coaches because they won't have to worry about this stuff. John, his idea was for a long time scholarship contracts. It's just going to be contracts. We're going to move into a world where you can't poach because it's just like in the NFL, right? Like if Patrick Mahomes is under contract right now, the Patriots can't just go and say, Patrick, hey, we're going to offer you more money. You're coming here. No, you have to wait for his contract to finish up. And it's not like it will. And that's what's eventually going to change. And I think it's going to be great. It's going to be so much better than the process.
I thought you loved this right now.
I like that players are able to make money. I do too. I don't care that they don't do it for advertising or the way in which we thought they would. This is pay for play, and that doesn't bother me. The part that I don't like, though, is that whole poaching and being able to steal players. That part sucks.
It's such a bizarre way to ever do this. Is to have
you don't do it in any level
separate
of anything.
entity. Yeah, like your ability to use it all depends on if that entity exists and how good that entity is.
Correct.
Essentially, and then they do, I guess, the negotiations, right?
Yeah.
Like again, that's why I asked Mike that question. Like I still don't think. It's sort of odd to me, Josh, that there is not been more light shed on how this process works, how the negotiations work, how the offers work.
That's a good one.
Who's making them?
What
the contracts look like?
How do the negotiations?
Who's doing that?
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Is it the collective?
Yeah.
Like, are the coaches talking about it at all? Are they coordinating constantly with the collective? I have a million questions. How is there not more sort of journalism or information out there about? It's amazing how little we still know, given how all of college football deals with
That's
it
a
right
great
now.
question. It's why there's not more into it, because we focus so much on the players. Like you remember there's been a bunch of stories about like a Jaden Rashada, for example, who was going to Florida and then he was suddenly not.
That's the one contract I feel like we know a little bit about.
There was the Tennessee quarterback, the guy who's going to start there next year. There was him because he was like the guy who had like the $8 million offer or whatever it was. But in terms of the negotiations and how that works, like we don't know that. We don't know that type of stuff.
All right, listen, in all these places, could you call the collective up and have an interview with them and have that explained?
Say that again.
In any big in Lincoln or Alabama or Columbus or Gainesville or wherever, could you, as a media entity, if you called them up and just said, "Hey, we just kind of want to talk to you about this process," would anyone do it? Would they not?
My guess is no.
It's not happened.
Yeah, my guess is no.
And if it has, please, tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But I know it hasn't really locally all that much.
Alex and Lincoln, get Matt Davison on the phone.
Worth try. I mean,
Yeah, it is all very, very strange. We can unpack some of this more in a little bit. We can also talk some Nebraska basketball. We still haven't done that today, except for a little passing mention with Mike Schaefer, and more room for your calls as well when we return. 402-951-1620. Mitch Holus about a half hour from now talking about the Chiefs as they get ready for another weekend in the National Football League. We'll talk to Mitch Holus coming up just after 4 o'clock. Big Sunday night game versus the surging Green Bay Packers. Jack Mitchell today for John Bishop. I'm Josh Peterson. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up some road work on southbound 72nd is causing delays between Dodge and Farnham. Also slow going on Dodge for both directions because of road work between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. Expect delays if you're east on L Street around 120th and delays on westbound 370 between 144th and I-80. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Bling in the holidays with Saul's. All jewelry in stock up to 50% off. Ladies' diamond rings starting at $89. Earrings starting at $39. Gemstone rings starting at $89. Bling in the holidays with up to 50% off jewelry at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable pizza sauce, fresh ingredients in unique combinations of bold flavors. Try customer favorites like the 3 Oinks and a Moo, the Mountain Man, or the Upset Grizzly Bear. There are daily specials and menu items like tacos, salads, wings, and burgers. Stop in and check out Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill at 178th and Harrison and at timbercreekpizzaomaha.com.
The Jays return from Thanksgiving break and hit the road as they take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Pre-game coverage begins at 6. Tip-off is at 8. The Blue Jays, Thursday night on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Alongside Jack Mitchell, I'm Josh Peterson. Mitch Holus is going to join us in a little bit. Also, it's a Dumb Debates Wednesday. So get in your Dumb Debates questions with the hashtag Dumb Debates. We will get to that in about an hour.
I bet Jack is great at Dumb Debates.
Oh. Wow,
I hope so. I hope the dumb debate moment, Hall of Fame for me. I still remember where I was listening to it was the flatulence question and like the doubling and percentages. And I was listening at the time with my son, who was quite a bit younger then, because this was like 6 years
That's
ago.
a while ago now.
It was a while ago, and I was like, they're doing the math wrong for this. But I was dying.
Yeah.
That is an all-time segment.
That is certainly an all-timer. It gets mentioned, I believe, inside of the song.
It does.
that you will hear.
Yes, it references it.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we'll do that in a little bit. Mitch Holus again joining us soon. Also, we'll talk about Nebraska basketball and Creighton in just a moment. But first, let's go back to the phones. 402-951-1620. It is Rick on the hotline. Hello, Rick. Oh, is Rick gone?
I guess he's gone.
Rick is gone.
I wonder what he was going to say.
Well, it said rules spurred the fan base for money.
He was saying,
Was
I
very
believe
curious.
how I interpreted what he was saying
Yeah?
as Matt Rule's presser today was a way to spur the fan base to
give
get
not a bad
give
point.
and get more
That's
money
not
for
a
the
bad
program
point.
to hire a
That's actually
or
not a
hire
bad point at all.
throw
to get the
NIL at
donations.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that was his angle.
Okay. All right.
I think that I will say I think that is an active process in a number of places right now.
Yeah. It definitely, I mean, you hear reports about coaches talking about it a lot. I did just get a text from someone, not going to name them, but very tied in locally with a collective that has been very successful, and says no collective is going to talk to the media about this because it's technically cheating. Collectives aren't supposed to get involved until after the kid commits per NCAA rules. Nobody follows that rule, but no one is definitely going to go on the media.
I understand they're not
going
going to go and talk about an individual deal, but about the process more extensively. And by the way, they might talk to the media.
You think so?
I mean, I have some. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do think so.
Interesting.
I definitely think so.
Interesting.
And it may happen eventually.
Okay.
And maybe I'll be involved in it.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's quite the tease for something. Speaking of teasing to something, Sunday afternoon on Fox Sports 1, apparently, as we learned a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Jack will just look at the. Oh no, he'll be at the arena, so he doesn't have to look
Yeah,
at the
I don't
little
have to do
logo.
that
It'll show
either.
up on YouTube TV. But Nebraska looking for their second consecutive victory in the series. Their first at home since the 2018 season. Creighton, it's weird because, I mean, first of all, we thought that it could be a matchup between two 7-0 teams. We don't even know what Creighton's record will be going in because they have another game before that. Meanwhile, Nebraska is going to be coming off of a week of rest ahead of this one. Let me ask this to you. I don't want to just go with how are you doing emotionally right now, because that will peak obviously on Sunday.
I'm fine. Yeah.
What is at stake for both of these programs in this one? It's such a weird question to ask with a December basketball game. And maybe with Creighton, it's kind of unfair because what's at stake for them is actually more of a March and April conversation. What's at stake though for Nebraska basketball?
The upside is a place that Nebraska has not been at this time of year for, I mean,
You talking about undefeated this late in the season?
Undefeated, and I assume
ranked.
Either on they're getting votes now.
And if they win, you would assume
if they would
that
win, I would
they'd be
assume
ranked.
they would be close to ranked. I realize in 2014 they were kind of getting into that rarefied air when they went on the run at the end of the season. They had some moments kind of like that in 2018, the year that the Big Ten.
That's the last time that they were ranked.
They were.
Oh wait, you're talking about the end of the 17-18 season.
Yeah,
the 18-19 season was the last.
Well,
time
and they were ranked going into the 14-15 season as well. But that was once the game started shortly thereafter.
They lost to Rhode Island
that
or
ended.
whatever.
You have never come into a conference season with the kind of momentum that they would have, being unbeaten, because I think the next game is a conference game against Minnesota. Being unbeaten and being on the verge of being ranked and being in a place where, okay, certainly
Minnesota, by the way.
Certainly nothing's guaranteed about the postseason, but you're starting to get into a place where the need to do in the conference isn't nearly as impending as it usually is for the
Interesting. You think so?
postseason.
If you beat Creighton?
Yeah, I mean, you still have to go probably over 500. You still have to get to 20 wins, I think, but heck, you'll be at 8. At that point, you're almost going to be, and then you got 2 gimmies later. So you're going to go into the conference season, even though some of it starts early. You're going to go into the conference season probably with 10, 11, maybe 12 wins. I mean, how you being that close to 20 by the new year will be.
It's unprecedented, really, around here.
It's unprecedented. It doesn't guarantee anything, but man, it will get, if you want to see how the University of Nebraska sports fan base will jump on a winner, Josh. We've seen it with, at times, we've seen it with baseball. We've seen it with volleyball. We've seen it with women's basketball. They'll go all in.
Let me ask
at
you
that
this.
moment if they get there.
What do we know about this year's team, given the competition that they have faced? Nothing to write home about. Obviously, Casey missed some time early. His numbers, it's funny. I opened up his stat sheet earlier today, and his numbers were actually better than I was expecting them to be, given kind of the injury, but also like the discourse that surrounded him. 14.5 points per game. He's doing it on 51% shooting from the field. Maybe the issue, first of all, one of the issues is he hasn't been on actual TV, but once or twice so far. But he hasn't had that moment that he had at the end of last season.
They haven't needed him.
Which I think is
you
interesting.
can actually use him as sort of this specialty player in some ways.
Yeah.
Which they weren't able to do. They didn't have the ability to do. And he did great, obviously, when he was during the second half of the season last year, when he was a full-time, obviously a full-time player, is a starter now. But I was in the second half of the Duquesne game. I was there, and I turned to the person I was sitting by, and I was like, they're up by 14 right now. There's 10 minutes left in the game, and I'm trying to think, do you even want Casey in at this moment?
Yeah, sure.
Given the other options that are out there defensively and those sorts of things. And it's not a negative thing. I think it's a positive thing, is that it looks like they'll be less reliant on him than they were during the Big Ten season this year. In terms of what we know and don't know, what I'm most, I know they had that game against Duquesne where they I still can't believe this, they only had 3 turnovers, which is insane. That aside, I still wonder how they will fare against really aggressive defensive teams if they've got point guards who are going to be able to handle that kind of pressure without the turnovers being a bit of an issue. So I've got that question. What we do know, also on the positive side, is they've got a level of depth in a variety of ways to win games that they haven't had in the past. There usually was kind of one path, I think, a lot of time, even last year, to winning games. You had to have Derek Walker kind of be unstoppable, driving.
Late in the year, you
had to have Casey going off. In their first 5 games or 6 games, they had 5 or 6 different top leading scorers.
Yeah,
which is really interesting. It just shows the kind of level of depth is there that they haven't had in the past.
They have had in 7 games this year, they have had 6 different leading scorers.
That's crazy. Right?
Hoiberg, Mast, Wilcher, Gary, Williams, Tominaga, and then Mast again in the most recent game.
And then the other thing is, we know is Mast is more of a force, I think, more of an impactful player than I think anybody.
He has been a great addition to them so far this year. So going back to the depth thing, and this is kind of a question again about the knowns and unknowns. Do we know then how this will all hold up when the competition gets better? As it's going to start getting better on Sunday, because for a lot of people, and they talked about this, BC and Schaaf did on the Nebraska basketball podcast on the 24/7 network. This will be the first time that a lot of people have seen Nebraska basketball this year. Part of that is that a lot of their games haven't been on actual television. Part of it is the rivalry. Sadly, it will be going up against, of course, Eagles 49ers. But in all seriousness, this is going to be the first real test of the year, the first ranked team that they're playing, and in a big time spot because it's at home. So when you think of the depth and how you feel good about that, and then some of the other unknowns, what do you think that means for Sunday?
In terms of the unknowns, at the beginning of the year, first game of the year, they came out. Nebraska really ran and pushed and shot transition threes a lot, played up tempo. And I remember saying to someone, I said, "This looks like what Fred Hoiberg's offense was supposed to be when he came in."
Yeah,
and then never was. It hasn't felt like that as much since then. And what I wonder is, what I'm really curious about this team strategy against Creighton, right? The general thought is, well, you don't really want to try and get out running with Creighton and try and play that. How did Nebraska beat them last year? Definitely not doing that. Definitely
very low
not
scoring
doing that. They're more of that kind of a team this year. What's interesting to me is, do you try and do you play into that kind of a game that Creighton wants to play, or do you get back into sort of uglying it up in the way that they did last year? And is that even possible? And what does that look like exactly with this team? And then the other issue is exactly what can Mast do against Kalkbrenner? Last year Kalk Brenner, they doubled him like crazy. He wasn't 100%. It sounds
No,
like for
that was the
game.
beginning of his like kind of downturn for a little bit.
He was having some health issues. They doubled him like crazy. They did that with all the big guys last year. Just immediate double, making life completely difficult at that point for them. I wonder if they still do that. And then what happened is Creighton missed shots.
Yes,
on the outside, and that's what happened with Creighton in the first half against Colorado State.
Mm-hmm.
And so are you willing to take Mast and just kind of, or the other bigs that are on the team, and say, hey, you're defending this guy. We're not giving you a ton of help during this game because we got to worry about these shooters that they've got out there, and we got to worry about them running too.
Yeah, and it's funny. You think of the most surprising wins that Nebraska basketball has had in the Fred Hoiberg era, and like you can make an argument that last year against Creighton was number one, even though they've beaten other ranked teams along the lines, right? And with some worse teams, frankly speaking. Last year was the best Fred Hoiberg team so far, and it was year 4. That one was so shocking, though. Yeah. At least it was for me. So I wonder, what that means for Creighton as they approach this, given what this rivalry has meant. And given that, it's one thing, like the 2018 win that Nebraska had, what did it mean? Well, the next year it meant it was in Omaha. This is the inverse. And like, that's weird. It's not just that they won last year, but that they won in Omaha. And now they get them at their house in what has been, you've been in the building. I've been in the building for this matchup before. And it can be an incredible atmosphere. That 2018 atmosphere, I wasn't at No Sit Sunday. I know you were. I was at the Kansas game in 2017. That atmosphere in that 2018 game, though, I would say is the best basketball atmosphere that I have ever been involved in or at in the crowd for. And yet then I also think back to the 2014 atmosphere in Lincoln, and that was really good early. And then it's like the team got tight.
2 years ago, it was, that was brutal.
Yeah.
Creighton just took the air out of that at the very beginning. And that's, in a lot of times, it's sort of like the reverse Nebraska football thing. It's the beginning of games that Nebraska hasn't been able to get it together in this series. And that, of course, didn't happen.
They're just playing from behind the whole time.
But I would say to Creighton fans who haven't watched Nebraska this year, this is a different type of team than you've seen. Now, does that mean I'm guaranteeing victory or anything like that?
I was going to say, are you confident? Do you go into this game?
I don't know.
Like, what would your level of confidence be?
The Colorado State game baffled me.
Yeah.
And I know a little bit about it. I've seen some of it, but like it felt like what I had seen of Creighton. I watched some of the Iowa game. I'm trying to remember which other games I watched, but they looked exactly like I expected them to.
Yeah, that game
like
is doing a number on, I think,
year.
a lot of us in terms of what to expect. And maybe we'll learn a little bit more tomorrow night when they play Oklahoma State, because I think I was approaching the game on Sunday kind of in a one-track mindset of, I think Creighton will take care of business in this one. And I don't know if I am overreacting or reacting the proper amount to what happened on Thanksgiving versus Colorado State.
I feel better about the Nebraska side than I have since the year they won in Lincoln. Last time,
the 2018.
I feel better about the Nebraska side.
I think a lot of people were pretty confident that was good. Like, it was almost if they can't do it now, then they're not going to do it. But I remember entering that game thinking this is going to be the year they get it done. This year's Creighton team is better than that.
That's the thing is I don't know. Yeah,
this year's Nebraska team.
Obviously, you're an Elite 8 team coming off of last year. You've got a lot of experience. You got tons of experience on that. You've got a style of play that they've been sticking to, obviously, throughout, and it's working for them outside of that one game this year. And you got Kalkbrenner, who's going to be a different type of issue than they've faced with anyone. So yeah, I feel better. I feel significantly beter about Nebraska this year than I did last year, for sure.
Yeah, I got a text from someone that says, what's crazy is Nebraska's much more athletic than Creighton. I wonder when the last time that was. And it's funny because Nick Bob brought that up on his pod this week, that's one of the things, like, if you're looking at the pluses and minuses of the Creighton start this year, or like maybe the things to be concerned about. He brought that up, the athleticism or lack thereof with this group. And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said, might just be a surprise at how little athleticism this group seems to have this year. And so you wonder how that could work in Nebraska's favor as well on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah. 2 years ago, it was Nemhard. Just coming into Lincoln, absolutely destroy. And, he's obviously not there anymore, but I don't know. I don't know about Creighton athletically at this point, but I think he's probably right.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're both probably right. Just that's what I mean. It is a way different Nebraska basketball team than has participated in this game for, again, probably the best comparison would be back in those years that went well, 2018.
Yeah. And the thing that I would say is I bet both fan bases are entering this game, and for the first time in a while, just kind of not knowing what to expect from their groups, where Nebraska is going to be an uptick in competition. I think Creighton coming off of the loss on Thursday, I think that there are a lot of Creighton fans wondering, okay, so what do we have and what can they deliver in this one? And, I don't know what that means exactly, but I think it makes for a really interesting battle. And certainly it makes it more exciting to watch that I think both sides are kind of like, I don't know. I don't know what will
It's
happen.
crazy. Like I've never felt like this for maybe even the good teams in the last I put in air quotes over the last 10 years. You feel like almost there's not enough minutes in a game because you've got such a deep team and so many different guys that you want to get involved that you feel like, man, they're already taking him out at this point and bringing someone in. And that's a weird feeling to have about a Nebraska basketball team that I've had this year.
Amazing. Daniel says, I'm only watching this game if it's on Peacock. Well, don't worry, Daniel. This one sadly is not, but soon enough.
But
Purdue on January 9th. Oh, my mom's birthday. That'll be on Peacock.
Well, what a great joy for her to be able to watch a wonderful streaming option like Peacock. Such quality TV, and just a thank you to them.
Yeah. Happy
thank
birthday,
you
Mom.
for existing.
I won't
Peacock.
say how old you'll be because we don't talk about the age of our parents on the radio.
I met your mom this weekend.
You did?
That
That's right.
sounded bad.
Yeah.
Yes, you were there.
Yeah.
RT,
that
you
also
were there.
sounds weird.
Yeah.
She looked over, she goes, hey, who are those people over there? And I go, oh, those are a lot of the media people. She's like, I know that, but who is that? And so I was like, well, that's this person, that's person. It's like, that's Jack Mitchell. She goes, that's Jack Mitchell? And I go, yeah. It's like, do you want me to introduce you? She's like, yes. So then we stood up and I brought you over, and then I saw other people walking in, and so I had to do that thing where it's like, all right, I'm going to leave.
Yep,
you guys
here you go.
Enjoy
Here
the
you
rest
go,
of your
Mom.
conversation. And so it seems like you did. So I'm
Mom's
happy.
like Jack.
Mom's like Jack. Put that on the poster.
I should. I like that. I want some T-shirts made for that.
Mom's
That'd be
like
good.
Jack.
Nice Mother's Day gift.
When we return, Mitch Holus will join us. We'll see if he likes Jack. What do you think?
We'll see.
Yeah, you've been a Chiefs fan before.
I am. I'm kind of grown out of it.
There
but
you go, yeah.
One time I
Stop
was
disrespecting them.
back in the Will Shields days.
I was gonna say, people forget Will Shields got married in your
got married in my backyard.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll have a Mitch Holus to join us. Since we last spoke, the Chiefs have gone 1-1. A win over the Raiders, a bad loss, a frustrating loss, a loss that triggered me to the Eagles. And now they have a big Sunday night game with the Green Bay Packers, who are playing good all of a sudden. So Mitch will join us.
Lambeau, right? Let's get some bad weather.
Lambeau.
Get me some bad weather.
You know what? Real
Snow
fast.
game.
Let's see, real fast. Green Bay.
That
Wisconsin.
was the one thing about your party is I didn't get to watch enough of that snow game between Kansas State and Iowa State. That was very disappointing.
I know.
It was on in the background, but I really wish
I like snow games.
Yeah.
It looks like at night when this game is played, it'll just be cloudy. It looks like all the precipitation is earlier in the day. Sad. Come on, Green
Move
Bay.
it up.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get this game in the afternoon. Avoid the lightning like Akron.
It's true.
Nebraska back in 2018. All right, Mitch joins us when we return. It's Unsportsmanike conduct here on 1620 The Zone. And now it's time for me to talk about my friends at Kugler Vision. Speaking of that game down in Kansas City 9 days ago, it was very, very rainy that night. And I know one person in particular who was in the stands and was annoyed by all the rain that was falling because this person wears glasses. It's like, this stinks. Wish that I didn't have to deal with this. I said, well, have you heard of the folks at Kugler Vision? 402-558-2211. Sometimes you're going to sporting events and there's snow, there's rain, whatever it is, it's incredibly annoying. And then think about it. Night game, you get back in your car, you clean them off, but you probably don't have one of those glasses cleaners in there. So your glasses are a little streaky. And then you got to drive wherever you're going in the dark, dealing with that. I don't have that problem anymore. And that's because now, wildly, almost 6 years ago, I went to Kugler Vision. Game changer for me. It's been one of the best decisions that I've made in my entire life. And as we near the end of 2023, don't forget about the flex plan that you might have, the health savings account that you might have, or even moving forward into 2024. They have affordable payment options. So even if you don't have one of those flex plans or an HSA, they're going to make it affordable for your budget. 402-558-2211 is the phone number. You can also find out more information at kuglervision.com.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. I'm telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming more mild Wednesday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Winds out of the south and southwest 5 to 15 miles per hour. Afternoon highs around 50. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time Saving Traffic Center. Heads up, we've got a crash blocking the right shoulder on northbound 144th at Dodge. Also delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. If you're south on 72nd, expect delays between Dodge and Farnham because of road work. And then it looks like there's some delays on westbound I-80 between 60th and 72nd and on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. I'm Mike Neville. This time saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Hey everybody, it's Michael here for Ted and Wally's. One of the things that Ted and Wally's does is go along with the seasons, whether it's the summer or it's the spring or it's the fall, and of course, the winter and holidays, and the holiday flavors are amazing. Let me suggest a couple of them for you. Coffee beignet and ooey gooey cake. You are going to love both of them, and so will your family and friends. Swing by the two locations, whether it's Benson, next to Taste of New Orleans, or in the Old Market, and get the holiday flavors today. Grab a gift card while you're there as well, and always tell them Severe sent you.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferys.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Feel like I'm on some kind of crazy trip or something.
The 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling a detector by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
And the Chiefs Kingdom has firmly planted its flag on top of football's highest summit.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to try focus right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holus.
The Chiefs are champions of Super Bowl 57.
Mitch Holus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery store of the Kansas City Chiefs, joins us again today. Mitch, good afternoon. How are you?
Doing awesome. How about you guys?
We are doing well. John is on his way down to Stillwater, so we have Jack Mitchell in today for him. Mitch, this is the first time we've had a chance to talk since the Monday night game a couple of weeks ago, or last week rather. And then, of course, the game after Thanksgiving. I want to look back at Philly just with one question before we move forward. As you think back on that game and what unfolded now with a little bit more in the rearview mirror, anything in particular that stands out as maybe something that could tell a story for the rest of the season?
For the Philly game or the Raiders game?
For the Phillies game, or the Philly game.
The fact that, man, your wife liked it, right?
Sadly, yeah, she was very happy. Very happy.
Yeah, but did she realize the Chiefs? Did she admit to you, like, wow, we kind of got away with one there?
Yeah, she said that like every week now for the last month. Like, man, I don't think we should have won that game. I don't think we should have won that game. So at least she's admitting
smart girl.
Yeah.
At least she's honest, and you chose wisely in getting an honest girl.
Mm-hmm.
The feeling was Chiefs just let one slip away. They dominated the Eagles in the first half. How about Jalen Hurts had 5 completions and was sacked 5 times?
Yeah.
And then the first possession of the third quarter is a 3-and-out. The Chiefs have the ball up 17-7. Even if they take some time and get a field goal, they're probably still going to win the game. And even if everything turned out, they get the post pattern behind the coverage. Bradley Roby, the ex-Bronco, and if Valdez-Scantling catches the ball, how different is the narrative even today if Marquez Valdez-Scantling hangs onto that ball and the Chiefs win? I mean, he drops the ball at the goal line. That would have been probably the winning touchdown. So that's my feeling about that game. So it put all the more importance on the next week against the Raiders, and the Chiefs were able to, although down 14, win by 14.
Yeah, was there a bit of a hangover at all, do you think, in the way that game started? I mean, like, we've seen this team fall behind, many times over the last few years, and they've come back to win in a lot of those games. Mahomes has an incredible record when he's been trailing by 2 touchdowns or more. So I don't know how much we should chalk up to hangover versus, it's the National Football League and goofy stuff happens sometimes.
I think it's more that the Raiders were really revved up. They had you think about Colton Miller had been on the injured list for several weeks. Max Crosby becomes the first player in the NFL since 2020 to be listed as doubtful on a Friday and Saturday and plays in that game. Marcus Epps wasn't expected to play. He plays. I think the Raiders just said, we're coming after him. This is a chance for them to get Raiders thinking us to get 6-6 and beat these guys. And I know it sounds arrogant, but when the Chiefs are getting all these best shots and the Raiders put all of the canister in the cannon and fired it, and the Chiefs were able to handle it, recover, and then outscore them 31-3 in the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and Mitch, coming out of the loss on that Monday, so much of the discourse, at least nationally, but I have to imagine it was happening locally as well, was the skill players, the receivers, etc. And then on Sunday, Rashee Rice, follows all of that with the most targets he's had all year in 10, the most catches he's had all year in 8, the most yards he's had all year in over 100. What did you make of that performance? And is that a sign maybe of things to come for a group that has had a bunch of different players leading them in receiving in the last handful of games?
Yeah, I think that's the pertinent question of this day, is the potential greater good of the Raiders game. Now, first is to be trailed by 14, win by 14. That's shades of the run to the 2 Super Bowl championships in the last couple of years. But to the Rashee Rice game, and it's not only what he did, the 8-107 for a touchdown, it was the first touchdown drive. It's 3rd and 8 that could stall for a red zone field goal, down 14, and he gets a 10-yard gain on a crossing pattern. A big-time play. Second was the real problem of the 5 weeks prior to the Raiders game was the inability to do anything on the first possession of the third quarter. That's where all roads led to problems for over a month. The Chiefs could have blown out 4 opponents and probably beaten the Broncos. But that first possession of the third quarter had been dreadful. Well, who comes up big in that drive but Rashee Rice, and makes a side adjustment on a play that you even heard Andy Reid say this week he's become more Patrick friendly. And he's very Patrick friendly on that play. Adjusts his route, gets to where Patrick can see him, and then not only catches the ball, but gets yards after the catch. And then the explosive play for a touchdown of 39 yards. He's a young version of Juju Smith-Schuster and faster than Juju last year. It's just a matter of Rashee becoming consistent in routes, catches, and being, as Andy said, Patrick friendly.
Mitch, Mitch Holus joins us right now, the voice of the Chiefs. What do you think would be like best for this offense in terms of who is leading them in receiving yards or who is leading that production? Do they want more of a consistent guy? Because in the last 4 games, as I alluded to, Rice, Watson, Gray, and then Kelsey, that's going latest to earliest rather. Like, is that what they want to happen, or would they rather have it be more of a consistent person from game to game into the playoffs?
Well, they've always kind of shared it around, and that's kind of an Andy Reid's, he doesn't like to have like one guy get everything. Now, here's Kelsey, obviously, since 2014 being the focus. But I think most importantly here, you have the opportunity to get a triangle. And the triangle is you get the combo, the wide receiver, tight end, running back. Think of the Patriots teams. Think of the 49ers. If you got Samuel up and running, he's healthy, then you got him and Kittle and McCaffrey. The Chiefs have that potential now. If Rice emerges to be consistent, is that you've got the Pacheco, Rice, Kelsey. And now all of a sudden you can start to do something because you make it more difficult to double Kelsey for sure. And then you add in guys that are complements. Noah Gray, go right down the line with the other guys. But if your triangle becomes most of your targets and the most of your focus, then Andy Reid, when he has that triangle, he's hard to stop, especially with this quarterback.
Mitch Holus is joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Mitch, looking ahead now to the matchup on Sunday night at Lambeau Field, I imagine you've probably seen a little, or you had seen a little of the Packers before you started doing your prep this week, given that the Chiefs have had a couple Thursday night games and that the Packers have also had a Thursday game and been in some of the national windows. They've won 3 out of their last 4. When you think of, what little you saw of them maybe earlier in the year and now them going on this nice little winning streak, if you will, in November, what looks to be the biggest difference and why they maybe present a stiffer competition than we would have thought a month ago?
2 things. I'll say 3 things, and one thing has been constant. The other 2 have not. And the first 2 would be they're getting healthy again. A Christian Watson is healthy now, or healthier. And then 2, Jordan Love is playing at a high level and has done so for 4 consecutive weeks. That's very apparent. The third thing that's been the constant has been the ability of the defense to make either drive wrecking, half wrecking, game wrecking plays, and especially Rashawn Gary, who just took the Lions game over. I mean, 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery is an amazing line. It's like a triple-double in basketball. But Jordan Love is now giving signs of the Packers are like, see, this is why we moved on from Aaron Rodgers. Now, to answer your question, I watch the whole league, but I don't do the deep dive into a team until we play them that week. And so I've done the deep dive into the Packers. What I think has been underrated, and I haven't heard this enough on national narratives, is the way they totally rebooted this team, especially on offense. There's not a veteran wide receiver, even tight end, on this team. Musgrave's out, but even if he's in there, he's young. These guys all are all one or first or second year in the league. So it seems like to coincide with the window of Jordan Love, meaning I think part of the reason they moved on from Aaron Rodgers was the fact that they have these younger wide receivers going, all right, we're going to put everybody in some linear path here, that they're all in the same position to grow. And at some point you got to hit it to surge forward. And that's what I've seen the last 4 weeks. This is the start of this Packers surge. And I think that's why the Sunday night game is bigger for them, not bigger for them, but big for them. And the fact that it's a greater good game as well. They want to get back in the NFC playoffs. They got a shot, but it's like, no, see how young we are, how much we blew this up and started all over. And now we're starting to see the fruit of that.
Yeah, Mitch, I heard someone describe it earlier this week that like a few weeks ago or in the month of October, because of how young they were making like 5 or 6 mistakes, kind of bigger mistakes a game. And now they've gotten that number down to like 2 or 3. And it just seems like they have really kind of cleaned some things up. And then you, as you mentioned at the beginning of the answer, you start getting some takeaways like they did versus the Lions. I mean, that game, it felt like it was over for quite some time because of the takeaways, especially the one that they had near the end of the first half versus Jared Goff. And so you clean things up, you cause the other team to not clean things up, and it's going to allow you to get some victories.
And what was interesting, both the Chiefs and Packers found a cavity that they were able to get filled in, if you will, like kind of a gross term here, but the Chiefs with that first possession of the third quarter, which had just been dreadful, and they have an awesome drive, 5 runs, 5 passes, get a touchdown, and take a 14-14 game and make it 21-14 and dictate terms the rest of the half. The problem for the Packers had been the start of games. Get this one, Josh. For 10 weeks, they had a total of 20 first-quarter points. So that goes in line with what you're saying. That's 2 points a game in the first quarter. What do? They get 20 in a quarter against the Lions. Now, some of that was induced by the defense, and one definitely was. But still, the fact that they were able to get that done in the first quarter, that they want to start fast. And one of the things that they did right away was throw the ball to Christian Watson on first down. It's like a double move on first down to get him a 52-yard pass, and that just set the tone for the rest of that game instead of having it being the Lions Thanksgiving celebration. So this is a better Packer team for sure than it was in mid-October, and a team that's in a real interesting realm right now because of all of these young guys. And I think LaFleur and maybe the front office is thinking now we're starting to hit it and can be a factor to throughout December and the end of the regular season.
Should be fascinating. It is Sunday Night Football. Of course, you can hear it on our sister station, News Talk 1290 Coil. Mitch Holus, the voice of the Chiefs, will be on the call, and he joins us every Wednesday, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, as always, we appreciate the time. Safe travels to Wisconsin. Enjoy the game on Sunday.
Yeah, thanks. This is my second favorite venue in the league. This is the only, because we don't stay in Green Bay, right? It's small. This is like staying in Papillion and driving to Creighton for a game. But we're driving back roads, county roads through corn and soybean fields that obviously have been harvested now. But I love this trip, man. It's the coolest thing. We have police escorts for nothing, right? We're on a country road, and then you see Lambeau like 10 miles away, all lit up, and it's the shrine. It's just an awesome, awesome experience that's none like it in the NFL.
Oh, should be a great time. Thank you, Mitch.
Yep. See you guys.
Mitch Holus joining us as he does every Wednesday. It's funny, Jack, because a month ago, this game, you look at it on the schedule and you say, it's obviously not going to get flexed because it's Patrick Mahomes versus the Green Bay Packers, but it didn't look enticing. And now the Packers have won a few games, 3 out of their last 4. Suddenly they're going for 500. Obviously, the Chiefs have looked very mortal at various points throughout this season, and now it's a game that I'm like super jacked for.
Yeah, I mean, Packers in front of the home crowd there
Mahomes has never played there before.
Can really put things in place in the NFC for them that you would have never expected.
And you might still be enjoying your champagne drunk, following.
That might be a fun post game. I mean, or a depressing one.
You'll be planning your Monday interview with us. What clothes you'll be wearing.
Don't miss it if the right outcome is there.
Let's just hope your Wi-Fi holds up on Monday. Right?
Maybe I'll drive up here again. You know what? That would be. You know what? I might.
What a surprise! That would be amazing. Sorry, Jack hasn't connected on the Wi-Fi yet. Oh, it's because he's walking through our door.
I came here in person. I could bring the champagne with me then.
That would be really funny.
You could just dump it all over yourself and say, hey, to our new boss, sorry, you got to clean this up.
Okay, I think I will tell him that.
Jack, let's do this.
Yeah, that sounds okay. All sorry, everybody.
By the way, Mitch made me really want to go to Lambeau, though.
Yeah, my youngest brother, who is a huge Vikings fan, last year for Christmas, his now wife, she got him tickets to that game, and then the Vikings lost like 45-10 or something stupid. It was like, this is the worst trip ever. But he said it was really cool. Everything was fun except for the game. So it's something that I've said about many Nebraska trips.
Having never been to a regular season NFL game, I don't even know how I would rank my want to go like to a venue places.
Oh yeah,
NFL. I don't even know how I'd rank. I know you've been to a few.
I've been to Dallas. I've been to Kansas City. I've been to
Seattle,
Denver. I've been to Seattle. So yeah, Lambeau would be my easy number one. I'd love to go to Minneapolis for a game because that stadium is apparently awesome in person. The the Bills before they move, just because it'd be cool to see their crowd, because they're really in the games.
Just want to see all the broken tables and mustard.
Every time I see a Los Angeles game, I kind of want to go there.
Really?
Yeah, it just looks so
So
nice. And then they have the outdoor shot. It's all sunny.
It is. I don't like it. I didn't like Sunday Night Football last week following this game, which is in the rain and it's misty.
No, for TV.
And then it was like, Chargers, LA. Like I was totally checked out.
Football, like I was telling you off there, this time of year is great because the 3:00 games are dark by halftime.
Yeah, if not earlier.
Especially when they're on the East Coast, it's even earlier. There's bad weather. I swear there are better 3:00 games on than there are other. I feel like they're more.
Plus, it's colder.
Wasn't it weird how bad the 12:00 games were last week?
They stunk.
That was about the worst 12. And I know Thanksgiving took games away.
It did, yeah.
Which always happens, but the 3:00 window was way more interesting.
This is perfect timing because you know what's coming up next? Fired up for football.
Okay. I can see what 3:00 games in bad weather in the dark I can watch next week.
By the way, Nick, did you have somewhere that you wanted to go?
Lambeau, and same also at MetLife. That's Minneapolis, right? That's
No,
not MetLife.
that's New York. U.S. Bank.
U.S. Bank.
I kind of want to go to
Different
Tampa
bank.
so I can go to see the pirate ship.
Wow.
Arg.
Are you 12?
No,
So,
wait. Let Jack cook. I think he's onto something.
I kind of want to go. I don't know. I want to go to Miami. I want to go to the warm weather. I don't want to go to a cold place.
Mile High would be cool. I have no desire to go see the Dolphins in Miami. Miami seems boring.
Amazing Danny says Denver, Pittsburgh, KC. That's where he's been. Going to Charlotte next year. I hate Arrowhead. Denver was really nice. Pittsburgh was nicer than expected, but the easiest to get to. I went to a baseball game in Pittsburgh in April. That stadium rocked. And that whole downtown and like crossing the bridges, all that stuff was pretty cool.
I just like the idea of local stadiums, like stadiums just right there,
right
for
there,
any sport,
right out of downtown.
Like,
oh wow, oh sorry, Nick.
I was just like Wrigley, Lambeau, like they're just right
in the neighborhoods,
middle of it, and then, instead of just being in like deserts,
and
concrete.
No, the biggest stadium like that
birds.
is the Minnesota Twins baseball park. That is the weirdest thing because you'll be walking around downtown and you'll turn a block and you're walking into the gates of the stadium.
Dude, I remember when I was in Minneapolis 2 years ago in the fall, the hotel that one of my friends stayed at, it was like across the street from the basketball arena, and you never would know that there's a basketball because it's just the same on the outside as all these other. It was like, Target Arena or whatever. It's like, what?
The baseball one is so weird. It's around the corner and you don't even know you're next to a base. I think they did a good job with it. It's cool.
Grant writes, will be my first away Chiefs game at Lambeau this weekend. We'll report back. Thank
Very
you,
cool.
Grant. Thank you for your service.
And
also, have fun.
Weather
man.
should be
awesome.
okay, Josh.
Sadly, it will not snow. I was so bummed that this was a rainy game. Like, Philadelphia, what are you doing? It's late November. You couldn't be like 10 degrees
We better
colder?
get some snow games the next 2 weekends.
No,
we need to find
We
them.
had Farmageddon, but yeah, we need some more snow
Yes.
games. All right, we will return and we will get fired up for football. It is week 13 in the NFL, and it's Jack's favorite weekend in college football. Conference championship games. That when we return here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson here for my friends at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Speaking of all of these games that are coming up this weekend, right now, if you go to FanDuel.com/1620, you can enjoy these games this weekend. And if you're a new customer, you can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. We have continued to tell you, and John's not here to yell at me, to take the Cowboys because the Cowboys keep playing NFL teams. Legally, they are NFL teams, but they're usually better than them. Well, tomorrow it'll be a bit tougher. Dallas -450 on the money line. But you know what? You don't have to take the Cowboys. I actually like a shorter favorite. I like the Chargers. Why do I like the Chargers? Because they're playing the Patriots. I don't care that it's on the road in New England. The Patriots are maybe the worst team in the entire NFL. But if you say, I don't know really how I feel about a road team, I would like to go with a home team. No worries. The Jags are playing the Bengals. Of course, no Joe Burrow right now. Either way, whatever you do, just go to FanDuel.com/1620 and get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Again, FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager is required. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
You can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift this Christmas morning. Join 1620 The Zone as we stuff the truck to benefit Toys for Tots. This Friday from 3 till 7 and Saturday from 11 till 4 at the Zone Studio parking lot off 50th and Dodge. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new unwrapped toy. All the info at 1620thezone.com with Molina Healthcare, 2 Men in a Truck, J-Tech Construction and Solar, and 1620 The Zone.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You could go to point A to B, or you could go to point X. Experience the stunning new 2024 BMW X Series lineup for yourself at Onyx Automotive. The BMW X range. Your next X venture starts here. Lease the new 2024 BMW X1 xDrive 28i for just $549 a month at BMW of Omaha. Online at bmwofomaha.com. See dealer for details.
Here we go.
Here comes the Sandman,
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The I Missed You Tour.
Should we clap along? I'm gonna play guitar a little bit for you.
Adam Sandler, live. CHI Health Center, Omaha, December 5th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it.
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, go Creighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Remember the simple days of the home phone? You never misplaced that phone or lost a call because of spotty internet or bad reception. It was right there and always reliable, even in emergencies. Well, the home phone is back and better than ever with Community Phone. Community Phone offers landline home phone service starting at just $39 a month. And now get 50% off your first month when you call 1-866-936-4134. There are no contracts. You don't need internet. You can make unlimited nationwide calls, and your phone works, even if you lose power. Plus, you can keep your current phone number or get a new one. With Community Phone, you'll enjoy all the modern conveniences of caller ID, voicemail, spam call blocking, and more. Today, get 50% off your first month when you call 1-866-936-4134. Call 1-866-936-4134 today to get 50% off. 1-866-936-4134.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Football is finally here. Well,
Well, it's been here for about 6 weeks, but John hasn't written anything yet. So now Nick gets to write one. It's been a fun season. The Dolphins are kicking ass. The Rams are being the Rams. And the Cowboys lost to the Cardinals. Don't worry, though. If none of your NFL teams are doing well, you always have Nebraska football. Sure, they might be off to a 3-3 start, but we knew it would be a rebuilding year. Matt Rule is a great coach, but he isn't a miracle worker. I mean, they've won every game we thought they would win and lost the ones we thought they would lose. Well, except for Colorado. John and Josh thought they'd win that one for some reason. Remember how Nick was right about that one? Anyway, that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is another week of college and pro football is about to begin. It's time to look ahead to the distant future of starting tomorrow and figuring out how good this week is. It's time to get fired up for football.
All right, fire for football. We are to week, is it 13?
13.
It is 13 in the NFL. God, this sucks. And Jack, look, I know that I kind of made fun of you a second ago, or I guess jokingly said that this is your favorite weekend of the year, because it's definitely not. But man, it's time to get sad because we're nearing the end of the football season. As always, if you listen to this segment on a regular basis, which I thought Jack did, you know what we do. We tell you the games that are coming, and then we give you a grade for each sport and then an overall grade for the weekend. As always, we begin with the games, or rather the game on Thursday night. Jack, there's one game on Thursday night this weekend because college football on Thursday night is canceled. There are no more Thursday college football games. There will be bowl games.
They were always terrible anyway.
But they were. Well, I am done with college football on Thursday night, except for the opening Thursday night. I will have it on my second TV, but I watch the NFL.
I don't even watch. I haven't watched any. I mean, the NFL. I'm always.
Remember, there was a Hail Mary.
I'm a bigger college fan than an NFL fan.
Yeah,
but I will never. I'm always on because the game always sucks.
Yeah,
it's never an interesting.
They're not
game.
what they used to be, which was like Florida State losing as a top 5 team. Gosh,
to Virginia, that was amazing. I remember that night.
The teams on idle this week in the NFL, by the way: Baltimore, Buffalo, Chicago, Vegas, Minnesota, and the Giants of New York. We have one game tomorrow to watch.
Teams still having buys.
I know
Holy
this is
cow,
the
these
last one.
buys go
Finally,
forever.
I know. I mean,
Can you imagine if you're just getting it now?
You're either really happy because it sets up for the stretch run, or you're really tired because you played 12 straight games. My idea, by the way, is to do 2 bye weeks, do 16 teams one, 16 the other. I know why they don't do it, because there would be like 3 games on all day long.
Ugh.
But can you imagine? We get them all out of the way. The game tomorrow is Seattle at Dallas on Amazon Prime with Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
The best chemistry in football.
Seattle at wasn't that the game you went and saw in Dallas?
Sadly, yeah, it was a bad time.
Oh, Seattle. That was when Seattle was really good.
Is that Russell Wilson, Seattle?
It was Russell Wilson, Seattle, and Tony Romo was injured that year. Actually, I've only been to 2 Cowboys games ever. Romo was hurt both times.
Oh,
I never saw Tony Romo play quarterback for my favorite football team.
Really?
Yeah. Dallas sucked that year. Let's move on to college. Now, look, I know why Jack is sad about the games this weekend and what this weekend represents, because there's 10 games, but Friday, Washington and Oregon. Pac-12 title game, 7:00 ABC. That's tight.
Good game. Annoying that it's a rematch. Good game.
Are you just
annoying
what's wrong
that
with
it's a
the rematch?
Rematches in conference championship games that already happened. I don't like that.
But anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
I mean, I just don't. Listen,
Okay.
It's much less interesting than a non-rematch.
Okay. I'm excited for this game. I'm pumped that we're getting this rematch. I'm excited to
That's
watch
fine.
Oregon and Washington. I think Oregon's going to roll, by the way. To Saturday we go. Oklahoma State at Texas. Not at Texas.
Man.
It's at AT&T Stadium. Oklahoma State versus Texas on ABC.
Right. Texas is technically the home team. They're going to be wearing white. I just saw on Twitter.
Okay.
Oklahoma State may be the weirdest team in all of college football.
Remember when they
this
lost
year.
a few weeks ago, like a billion to 3?
Remember when they lost to Alabama, South Alabama?
By a
wasn't it?
lot. It was like
By
30 to 7.
38 to 3.
Yeah, not
and then they
great.
go and beat Oklahoma, and you just knew they were going to, and they had the game of their lives. And then they go and just get absolutely murdered. Then last week, it looked like they were
come
going to
back.
go lose to BYU, and they don't. I have no idea. I assume they're going to get killed in this game.
I think Texas
but
will win.
I have no idea.
Other games, Miami of Ohio versus Toledo. A little action for you. Boise State at why does it have the at logo? Boise State versus UNLV is on Fox at 2:00. Georgia.
Boise State fired the coach, didn't they? And
Yes, and we still made the comments on it. And they got in via a computer.
Yeah.
Georgia, Bama, CBS, 3:00. Cool. We haven't seen this game this year, so you should like this game.
Yeah, this isn't a
I don't
rematch.
know. That it's fine. It's fine.
Are you expecting?
Is anyone really excited for Georgia Bama? I guess.
I am.
mean, are you?
It's
really?
a good football game. A lot of future NFL players.
It's a good football game. I'm Georgia Bama. It's just
Josh thinks that Saban is washed.
Yeah, he's gonna lose, and then I'll be like, "See, late stage
it's
Sabanism."
hard because I'm gonna watch a game and I got nobody I'm cheering for in that game.
Georgia. So then we don't have to worry about controversy.
Yeah.
Georgia.
I
Fins
slightly
up.
Georgia, but it's
Go Georgia, and then we hope they lose in the playoffs.
I hate conference championship game week. I hate it. I wish they would get rid of that.
Well,
That's the way you fix college football.
Just have a few more for you. SMU versus Tulane at the same time on ABC.
Tulane has cool uniforms.
And App State versus Troy at the same time on ESPN.
That's because James Madison couldn't make it.
Night games blow. Michigan, Iowa on Fox at 7.
I will not. I mean,
You're not going to watch?
I won't watch that game.
Wow. You will not engage.
A, too painful. B, won't be a good game.
Miracles can happen, Jack.
No.
I don't want to see that if there's a miracle either.
So you'll watch Louisville versus Florida State on ABC?
I'm more interested in that, yeah.
So you're rooting for Michigan?
Yeah.
Good. Handshake meme.
Oh,
Take
gross.
that, Iowa
Yes.
dorks.
I am not vote. I am not. No. Do you want to?
No.
Does anyone want to live in that
Yes.
world?
John does.
I do.
And
That
he
sounds
does.
What is
awesome.
John's deal?
Because
What-
Michigan
He
cheated.
finally came over to the
Why
light
is-
side.
Is he like some kind of a double secret spy for the things he said about Iowa this year? It is
I
weird.
know, it's stupid.
It is getting.
It's his worst takes.
I'm a little concerned.
There is worse takes.
About what he's
Great
saying
take,
about
John.
Iowa this year.
Keep taking them.
To the NFL we go on Sunday. I would say this. We got the games locally in Omaha and Lincoln that I think you would want in every window. On CBS in the noon window, we have Denver at Houston.
Let's ride.
I can't believe that I'm excited for the Broncos-Texans game.
I'm excited for this one too.
No kidding. Talk about two teams in the last year plus, especially last year, that were just the most teams to watch in all of football.
Yeah, I can't believe that I get jacked
Man,
for Houston games now.
I know.
It's weird.
How quick did he talk about drafting? Man,
Yeah, thank you, CJ Stroud.
That team and Tank Dell. I mean, they have
Your
way to
name's
just
Tank.
create like one of the best quarterback receiver combos in the league straight from the draft.
Yeah, literally in one
I
year.
mean, it's incredible.
Overnight. At the same time on Fox, you have the Lions at the Saints. Saints aren't very good, but the Lions on the road, I think, are an intriguing proposition. And after the Thanksgiving
I know.
game, we got
Could
a lot
this be
of questions.
I mean, I think a lot of us felt that the Lions were going to be this feel-good story, this playoff, the kind of the trendy pick in the playoffs.
Riz
and
has been
everything.
rooting against the Lions because of the 1 seed stuff, because she wants to get the
Yeah.
1 seed. Nick is his thing.
I think you guys are overreacting.
We're not
To
overreacting.
the Green Bay game?
Yeah.
You mean
We're not, Nick, we're not overreacting to the Green
I
Bay
don't know.
game.
A couple of times. What was before
They almost
that?
lost to the Bears.
Yeah, there was that Bears game before it too.
Their defense is a sieve right now. We are
I
not
don't know.
overreacting
This
to the
could
Lions.
really put a dent in all
They could go
everything
from-
that got built up
they
from
could-
the Chiefs win at the
Yeah.
beginning all the way through.
They could go from fighting for the 1 seed to the 3 seed pretty much overnight, especially, depending on what happens between.
NFC playoffs are going to be fun.
Oh, they're going to be great. Go Cowboys. Speaking of Fox, later that day at 3:25, if you're not watching Nebraska and Creighton, of course, you will be one of the 30 million Americans watching 49ers at Eagles. The sun
I've
will
heard
set.
You're excited about this, yes.
I'm pumped for this game, but then I'm also stressed because I know that the Eagles will win in the end, and I'll be mad. So can't wait for that stupid crap.
I don't know. With his,
I actually think the 49ers will win.
Yeah, I think I would probably pick the 49ers in that game.
Also, the map for this is hilarious because the Cleveland
Because the Bengals and the Cardinals.
No,
was
the
it?
Rams Browns.
Oh, Rams Browns
is like
Okay,
5
That
people
was
in
me
the
reading
country.
a map inaccurately.
Yeah.
I said Bengals and Cardinals. It was Rams Browns.
But yeah, so that Sunday night, as we just talked about with Mitch, Chiefs and Packers on NBC.
That's a great Sunday night game. Love it.
Monday night.
Monday night's the Bengals.
Yeah, it's a bummer. The Bengals are going to be on in so many
the
windows.
Bengals
the
are
rest
so
of-
depressing
I know,
now.
no Joe Burrow.
It
Though Nick is excited
stinks.
about it.
They have Walmart Joe Burrow.
They have Walmart Joe Burrow.
Bengals are. I looked forward to Bengals games. I kind of had adopted them a little bit because of Zach Taylor.
Yeah.
Man, it's just. I mean, because they have just. It's bad.
Yeah.
It got really.
Not as bad as the Lions, Nick, but pretty bad.
Man, it got
Pretty
bad fast with them.
So let's get to our grades for the weekend. I went B's all around. I went college football B. I went NFL B, thus an overall grade of B. Jack, you you disagreed with me a little bit here. I'm surprised you have the NFL as such a low grade as a C+.
And there were just too many games.
But the
for
games
me
locally
going
are
through
good.
it. Yeah, there's a couple of good ones. But here's the thing, Josh.
You'll be watching basketball.
Well, even if that's not what I was going to say. I paid for Red Zone for the first time ever.
How
this
nice
year.
is Red Zone?
I have not turned on CBS or Fox
That's
on
so
a Sunday
wild to me.
during the day the entire year.
That is crazy.
And I honestly don't know if I ever will again in my life.
Yeah, just the playoffs when you have to watch commercials.
Yes, that's the only time I
and
will.
Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football.
I do watch Sunday night and Monday night and Thursday night, and I love those two. I love those two, but with the Reds, there's just too many. There's a lot of you went through the ones that we get to see, but I was going more based on the entire menu.
So Jack went with B- for
Monday
college
night
football.
sucks.
Monday night does stink.
Yeah.
B- for college football. He went C+ overall. Yet we disagree on the college football weekend. But I like the top games are good, but there's just not enough games, period. Which I'm guessing is why you downgraded them as well. Plus, we are anti-neutral site on this program. Neutral site sucks. That's my take, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
More home field advantage, please.
Yeah.
And
the Pac-12 one, you said this is Friday, right? They always do theirs on Friday.
Yeah, they do theirs on Friday. Yeah. Let's give this 2 Jaras, Nick.
Glory hole. Glory hole.
All right, there you go.
All right.
2 glory holes for this weekend in football. Next week when we do this, Jack, it'll be even more depressing, though I know you will be very excited for the college football slate. Army, Navy.
Oh, when our Army and our Navy get together, you throw out the records.
And the Heisman Trophy ceremony.
And Heisman. God.
This sucks.
Oh,
this
I'm
sucks.
sorry. That Saturday.
Garbage.
That Saturday is the most depressing Saturday of the entire year.
I can't wait for John to try to lecture me when I don't want to support the troops next weekend.
Oh, I hate that.
I'll be looking forward to Cowboys Eagles.
That's a D-.
Why does the Air Force get left out, huh?
Yeah, they
They're
play
also
early.
Troops.
They play earlier in the year,
They do.
but yeah, they don't play this game. They should do that. If they put all 3 teams on the field at the same time, I might be interested.
Why doesn't the Marines have a football?
I can't wait to, or the Space Force.
Space Force. They should have Space
Force.
Force, Air Force, like a double header.
That would be
when the Space Force Academy.
I might be a
opens
little
up.
more interested.
That would be great.
I always feel like Army Navy. I end up at
They
like
can play it
some
at Mile High
sports bar, and the score is like 12-9. It's like John. See, that's why John loves it because the national media is
that's
making fun of it.
John's perfect game.
God.
Oh, it's not only him.
Yeah,
it's
bad. All right, when we return, it's time for dumb debates. Jack Mitchell in for a dumb debate.
I'm so
This is gonna be
excited.
great.
I hope
I've
we have
got
some
one.
good ones.
I've got one that I thought about. This
All right,
week.
we'll begin with Nick's. We will get to yours as well next year on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we're seeing some delays on L Street for both directions around 90th. Delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. If you're east on I-80, some delays around the 126th exit. And then road work on southbound 72nd, causing delays between Dodge and Farnham. Also delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumkin Drive. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Have yourself a classic little Christmas. Give Nebraska Lottery Holiday Classic Scratch tickets and Lotto tickets as gifts. They're fast, fun, easy, and make great stocking stuffers, party favors, or last-minute presents. Top prize odds vary by game.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the Rivalry.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more DaVinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the Rivalries. Make the right call.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Need a feast to feed the family? Godfather's Pizza has you covered. Build your own feast. Choose a medium specialty pizza, a medium one-topping pizza, and a side, like my new bacon ranch cheese sticks. Freshly baked, loaded with mozzarella cheese, tangy ranch, and topped with an abundance of bacon. Do yourself a favor and build your feast today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill serves pizza with an unforgettable pizza sauce, fresh ingredients, and unique combinations of bold flavors. Try customer favorites like the 3 Oinks and a Moo, the Mountain Man, or the Upset Grizzly Bear. There are daily specials and menu items like tacos, salads, wings, and burgers. Stop in and check out Timber Creek's family-friendly dining environment while enjoying a popular adult beverage. Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill at 178th and Harrison and at timbercreekpizzaomaha.com.
Damon Benning breaks down the Iowa game and recaps the season tomorrow at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mailing a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is indeed time for Dumb Debates. Cleaning up a couple of things real quick. Sad Husker fan writes, the Marines are part of the Navy, Nick. Also, Space Force is part of the Air Force, Jack.
Yes, but they are separate branches. Why can't they get some football?
Jordan writes, by the way, there are more teams that have idle weeks in the NFL. Arizona and Washington.
Yeah.
Theirs aren't until next week. So
Wow,
never mind. Thank God it's those 2 teams,
is
though.
there
Who cares?
anything you said accurately during that last segment?
Well, Andrew said, who roots for the SEC? Josh is still being crazy. Ha. I don't know what that is in reference to.
When we were talking about, I said I had no one to root for in that game, and you said
I'm
you
rooting
would
for
vote
Georgia. But that's because I don't want Alabama in the playoff. I don't want there to be chaos. We talked about this
Neither
earlier.
of those teams are interesting to me at all. I don't want Georgia in the championship game.
Well, I don't either, but I mean,
maybe I should root against Georgia because Alabama, it gets in, they'll have a lesser chance of getting to the playoff. Or maybe they both get in if that happens. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't care about the Cardinals at all? They've got 2 wins. What was one of them?
Shut up, Nick. Kevin
Cowboys.
Kevin tweets in as well. Just curious, are you guys Manning cast or ESPN guys from Monday broadcast?
Ooh,
I'm a regular guy.
I watch the NFL Plus, whatever is on NFL Plus.
So the regular.
Yeah, the regular.
It depends. I do both. I like the Manning cast. It's kind of my opinion about radio too. They have too many guests on that show.
Yes.
I would love that just to have them talk about the game.
Yeah.
They try to a little bit, but then the guest is in and they can't. Like,
and there's a little delay. It's like talking to you on StreamYard sometimes.
They actually fixed that this year. It was
really?
way worse last year.
Good.
They fixed that for the most part, which I can't believe it went on for so long
bad.
as it did. But the very best parts of it is when it's just Peyton and Eli, and he's like, what do you think they're going to do here? Like, what do you see there?
They're just riffing.
They're talking about, but then they got to get in and ask questions. And did you see they had who was it that they had? Mark Wahlberg was on and was totally disinterested like the entire time last time. There were all these pictures. It was like he was the worst guest of all time on the Manning cast. And there's too many of them like that. So the really good guests are good. The football people are good, but or the ones that are kind of watching the game with them. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a regular guy.
It's starting to lose a little bit of its luster.
All right. Nick says he has a dumb debates question for us, so let's kick off the segment today with Nick.
So this is something that's kind of bothered me a little bit, but
our Lions takes?
No. It's bothered me a little bit that I saw something else at the Dollar General when I was shopping with my mother the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how there's lemonade.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then there's strawberry lemonade.
Yes.
And then the other day at Dollar General, I saw mixed berry lemonade. At what point, when you start introducing other fruits to the lemonade, why would it not just be punch at that point? Lemonade to me should just be the lemon-aid.
What is punch?
What is punch?
Just
punch,
mixed fruit.
Punch, I would say, is not lemons.
Lemonade is lemon forward.
Right.
Right.
With so if there's a blueberry lemonade, when I drink that, I consider it more of a lemonade than a blueberry. You know, it's not lemon blueberry.
Does fruit punch have lemon in it?
Let's see.
I think punch could just have any fruit in it. That's the thing. Like a sangria, that's punch. There's lemon in sangria.
Is there?
There can be.
Is that what a punch is? Is this how we're defining punch?
See, when I think of punch, I think of a red.
What's the definition?
I think of a red.
Yeah.
See, here's what I think of when I think of punch. I think of Christmas because my family always had this. My extended family had this big punch bowl, and you would take the scooper out of it, and it had like an ice ring in it.
Yep.
And it was made with I think you put Sprite in it or something. Like, I don't know. It had just gobs of sugar.
Oh yeah.
Very healthy. But I loved it. And it was kind of slushy. That's what punch is to me. I don't think lemons were in it.
All right. So punch means 5. So as long as there's 5 fruits in it, then it's a punch.
What?
There's a Southern bourbon punch. I see lemons and limes in that one.
Is that why they called it Five Alive? Remember Five Alive?
Must be.
That was a
Hindu word.
As the drink was frequently made with 5 ingredients: alcohol, sugar, juice from either a lime or a lemon, water, and spices. Now that's the original. That's the original drink, though, Nick.
Alcoholic punch.
Yeah, that's the original drink.
No, but I think it's just as long as there's when you start introducing things, I think like a strawberry lemonade, that could be a punch. I don't think that should be a lemonade.
Michael points out, and limeade exists. Is it just good marketing by the citrus fruit people? Do we need to get Big Citrus on the phone and ask them what's going on here?
You bring up punch, which brings up a weird thought for me.
Yeah.
You know, I don't make, explicitly all crazy healthy eating choices by any means in my life, right? Like a lot of other people, I make bad eating choices a lot of times. For whatever reason, I have drawn a hard line at sugary beverages. Like I will not drink
like a regular
pop. I haven't had a regular pop in a year.
How come?
At least
because
I don't know why exactly. Like for some reason,
anti-sugar gotten to you.
Maybe a little bit. Like for some reason, I perceive sugar, and I don't even do it explicitly. Like I'm sure I eat worse things.
Yeah,
that I do, but like it feels like a worthless way to
try to be healthy.
It feels like a thing I don't mind giving up. Maybe that's why.
Oh, that's probably playing a part in it.
Like sugar, or does it include the sweeteners too?
No, I drink Diet Mountain Dew like out of kegs every day.
That's interesting.
See, it's funny because I remember in college, one of my friends by that point in time, he's in his early 20s. We had booze in our house, and we were definitely after 21 because we could buy it. And he would make fun of me because I would have like Mountain Dew or pop in the fridge. Like, that is so unhealthy for you. Meanwhile, we're going out just getting hammered, drinking a lot of beer, or it's not like mixing vodka with something is healthy for you.
It's like, what is your one uncharacteristically strong healthy food?
Ooh, that's a great
one. Like I heard
one.
you say earlier, you eat a ton of fried chicken, obviously, but what is like that one thing that you're a real stickler about? For me, it's sugary drinks. Like I don't have any.
I don't drink pop anymore. That would probably be.
I only drink Diet Pop.
Yeah,
so, but
I don't.
I do crap loads of it.
Yeah, I don't drink pop anymore. I really miss it. I probably have had 7 or 8 this whole year.
I've had
maybe
probably 4 today.
Just today. Yeah.
Nick,
What's yours?
Yeah.
I usually have 2 pops a week.
I miss it.
Yeah, but do you guys have any of those rules that are like you make a weird line about it?
Well, that's what it is
That's
for me.
what it is.
I just
It's
don't.
pop.
I just stay
It's
away
pop.
from
Don't
pop.
drink
I don't
pop.
drink.
Which probably wouldn't be that bad of a.
I don't think so.
a
I just don't
vice.
know. Yeah, how it would affect my. I don't have a quarter with me. I don't know how it would affect my running. So, I'll stay away from it.
It's not one that I super follow, but I try to make somewhat of an effort. Palm oil, things with palm oil in it, which sucks because it's in everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because where a lot of people get the palm oil from is from like rainforest, and it's a big part of deforestation.
Oh wow, that's not even about your own personal health.
Yeah, no, I mean palm oil is also not great for you.
Oh, we got somebody in the comments. Diet's worse than regular health wise.
That's what I've heard too. You should get back to the regular ones
No,
there.
it's not. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I've asked doctors about that, and they've not.
Jordan
I
says,
don't believe that to be true.
Jordan says, don't waste the calories on drinks.
Yes,
that's one thing.
That's
I
what it
stopped
is.
doing that a
I
while
like
ago.
eating. I mean, I would rather
eat the
be
calories.
unhealthful
Yeah.
with eating than drinking at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. Other dumb debates questions. Let's go to this one from Taylor, who writes, in a game of Space Force versus Navy football, would you rather have them play in space or on a boat?
I'm always gonna pick space every time.
Me too, because we've
Space
never
football
watched.
sounds sick
We've
as
never
hell.
watched space football. Jack might even watch the Troops game if that was the
What
case.
are we talking on? Like on the moon, or I assume
I would assume
we're not
on
just in
the moon or a dedicated space station that's the size of
'Cause
a stadium.
Obviously, you're going to have more gravity issues in space than you are on a
Well, what if we
aircraft carrier?
what if we slightly modify this and we have them playing in the water instead of on a boat? Because then it's not necessarily gravity, but it's a similar weightlessness kind of situation. It's
They're
just a
playing
bit more
on
clunky.
water?
In water.
In water? That sounds terrible. I'd rather watch the boat football.
Mm.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Yeah.
Space.
Yeah, space.
Easy.
They'd have to make the field bigger because there's no gravity, so they could throw it more than 100 yards.
Here's a question that kind of goes back to like the punch stuff in a way a little bit. Michael writes, if you put an egg on any food item, does it become a breakfast food item? So if you have like like there's like this local pizza spot here and they put fried eggs on the pizza. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Is that suddenly a breakfast pizza?
No, breakfast is a state of mind. I've always thought that.
It's a state of mind.
You could have whatever you want for breakfast and it's still breakfast.
No, I think I might have used to feel that way, but I feel that way less now. So I would say no.
Breakfast is not a state of mind. Breakfast is a type of food, in my opinion.
Defined how?
The usual foods. Eggs.
Oh, it's just a closed group of foods.
That's breakfast.
But you can eat that any time of day. It doesn't just have to be
Yeah, but
breakfast.
I mean, so like if I have a burger and I put an egg on it, I don't consider that breakfast. It's not a breakfast burger. I consider that a 3 a.m. burger.
No, I mean, I how many times you have a salad and you have eggs? Or at least I do. I have
Correct.
eggs
I would
on it
never be
all
like
the time.
breakfast. This
Right.
is a breakfast
Right.
meal.
Yeah,
I love breakfast
I
salad.
love hard-boiled eggs in a salad. I think that stuff's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. Scott says, for your favorite team, pick one. They win the next 3 championships, but never have a winning season again in your lifetime. Kind of like Nebraska football right now. Or the other one, for the rest of your life, they always make the playoffs, but they never advance past the first round. So kind of like the Cowboys right now. The first one for sure.
The first one sounds sick.
Yeah, you get to win. You get to win 3 championships and in a row. Like
you get to watch it happen.
and I remember it. Yes, give me that one.
Yeah, I would agree.
All right.
I would agree. That's that. And wasn't Connor was talking about this a little bit. He had a question about would you rather have 1 football championship or 10 volleyball championships? But the point is, like if you're having 10 in a row, there are diminishing returns to some degree on that. But like the joy of that one moment that has never happened and is going to finally happen.
Yeah, they win
will be
3 straight
unmatched
Super Bowls
in your life. So
now
I'll
say that in 20 years from now, I'm like, why did you take that deal? Now they're never good. But at least I have the championship.
No, you
I have the
gotta have-
memories. You have the memories of Nebraska football.
And the best part about memories is
making
them, which I don't know if that's actually part of the memories, but we can take that up later.
Jordan writes, breakfast is food in a time period during the day. Then that same food turns to lunch and then dinner.
Yep, breakfast is a state of mind. The breakfast, lunch, dinner, these are all time parameters. They're not specific to the food. Cold pizza, that can be breakfast if you're doing it within breakfast time.
Definitely not.
By the way, on a meal titling, where do people stand on the word supper?
I was just going to say, I'm happy that it doesn't seem like any of us are supper people in here.
I was a supper
I
person
was
for a
too,
long
and I
time.
moved away from it.
I hate supper.
I hate it too, but I'm pretty
I hate
sure that's
supper
how
because the people who call dinner supper call lunch dinner, and these people trigger me.
well, dinner is only lunch on weekend, on like a Sunday.
What?
See,
Yes.
okay, no. My grandmother, I love her, R.A.P., she used to confuse the crap out of me because my mom would call it supper, dinner, supper. But grandma would call supper like a snack, like the snack you would have between lunch and dinner, and then sometimes dinner would be dinner, but dinner wouldn't be dinner. I didn't understand these etiquettes.
I'm pretty
I like
sure
lunch and dinner.
I grew up and they said, and my parents said the word supper, but at some point they all quit and went to switch to dinner. And now I'll hear someone say supper, and it is so weird.
I don't like
when
it. Seems like a small town thing.
My
right?
mom still says supper. My little brother says supper because of it, but I think he's transitioning to dinner.
City boys call it lunch and dinner. Country folk.
I'm exactly like the amazing Daniel. He said my family called him breakfast, lunch, supper. Somewhere I switched to dinner. That's exactly what happened.
I don't know when I switched either. It just kind of happened.
And now it sounds weird.
Yeah, I don't like supper. Riley writes, I just turned on the Grum, but if you're doing hashtag dumb debates with Jack, I'd love to have him choose which quarterback descriptor is more of a backhanded compliment. Game manager or system quarterback? Which is more of a backhanded compliment? Game manager.
Emphasis on the backhanded or emphasis on the compliment?
I would say emphasis on the backhanded.
Game manager or system?
So you have a system manager?
I would say system is the more negative of the two.
Yeah, because game manager, to me, that implies like he can handle the game.
There's still
not
something he's actively doing.
He's not going to win it for you, but he is going to bring you from point A to point B, and maybe you're going to win a lot of these games. He can't win it for you, but you'll still win games.
He's still actively doing
System
something.
quarterback seems actively mean towards the quarterback. You say, like, so I was reading this super long thread yesterday about the Eagles. Again, this is all I do now. And there was this whole debate about how good is Jalen Hurts. And one of the things that was said many times about him, not game manager, but he is a system quarterback. He is only good because of the system. He is only good because of the players around him. Now, I'd argue that he is better than that, while being like, it was basically him versus Mahomes. And it's like, obviously, Mahomes is better. So, yeah, I think system quarterback is meaner. If you're like,
I do too.
If I'm like, such and such as a system quarterback's like, damn, what did he do to you, man?
Right.
Yeah.
It's about the system is the thing garnering the success.
It's like all the Texas Tech quarterbacks back in the day. People were like, those are system quarterbacks.
Yep.
And so it's like, oh, so the implication here is that Sonny Cumbie isn't good. It's the system.
Where a game manager is almost like the system isn't that good and you've been dealt a bad hand and you're playing with it still.
Yeah.
Right.
Or your skills are like lesser to a point where, like, when I hear system quarterback, I think of someone who doesn't have like good arm strength, but is accurate, so it's like they can do a good drive, but like they're not going to go out there and be like,
you mean when you hear game manager?
When I hear game manager, excuse me. Yeah. Let's see, back to more dumb debates questions as we get close to winding down. Kelsey says, if animals could talk, which one would be rudest?
Cats.
I think cats are indifferent. I don't think cats would necessarily be rude. I just think that they wouldn't care.
I mean, have you ever been around somebody who just doesn't care about anything or your feelings or anything else?
They're rude.
Bleed your feelings.
That's a good
It's
point.
definitely cats.
Yeah, cats is
what
for sure
do you have?
one.
What else would it be? It's definitely not dogs.
No,
dogs would be
deer.
Dogs would be great. Deer
are selfish as hell.
Are they rude though, or are they just idiots?
I
think they're idiots.
I think it's selfishness.
I mean, rude. Like I would say, maybe like raccoons,
skunks.
Skunks
are
they
jerks.
would be. Yeah, they would be.
Yeah, they
huge
spray
jerks.
Possums.
Raccoons.
Well, they only do that when they're scared.
Possums.
Don't scare a
Yeah,
skunk.
that's what they say. Yeah.
I bet moles would be bad.
She also asks, which is better, white Christmas lights or multicolored Christmas lights?
Multicolored.
Yeah, that one's so easy for me. White Christmas lights are so boring.
I grew up only with white Christmas lights, but the older I've gotten, I like the blue ones the best.
Blue does
I like
look good.
All blue.
Okay, I strongly disagree.
Wow.
The all single color. First of all, the people who do like all red, it's like their house looks like welcome to hell.
It does,
I
right?
don't know. I always thought that was weird.
It does. It looks like that scene in have you seen Seven before when they go to John Doe's apartment?
Yes.
And like there's this red cross in his bedroom. And it's like, holy God.
all red is the weirdest look. And I'm always surprised People do it. All blue. No, all blue.
Oh, I
really?
like all blue. Yeah.
I think all blue is good. I don't like any other color blue though.
Like especially
I'll F
like
with that.
blue and white with like a Christmas tree. So like a white Christmas tree with the blue lights.
My mom has that in our basement. There's a cow in our basement, in their basement. They have a white Christmas tree with blue.
Wait, you people both have white Christmas
My,
trees?
par- my,
don't
my,
have
my,
any
flock?
Christmas.
My parents have like 5 Christmas trees.
I don't have any Christmas.
In the basement, they have a black one that's for Nebraska with red lights on it. They have a white one with blue lights for the for the Cowboys. On the main floor, that's the traditional green with the multicolored lights.
If I ever have
Go
a Christmas
Cowboys.
tree, I'll have a normal one, and then I might have like a tiny white one.
I don't think they sell enough of simple red and green lights. Of just
Traditional
those two.
Christmas colors.
Like you really can't even find that.
Mason
That
Daniel
looks the best.
says, as huge of a fan as I am, I can't stand when people do sports-related Christmas decorations.
I don't know.
He says like Jesus, Mary, Joseph, the wise men, and then a big N. My parents in their basement have this. They have Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus, which do we know Santa Claus's wife's name is just Mrs. Claus?
Yeah, it's just Mrs.
But anyway, and they're wearing Husker gear.
There were always a few houses I remember we would go around and look at lights. My family always had this tradition. I always got excited either when they had a Husker end somewhere or when they would do the thing where they would play the music and they would mix on in the fights. That still got me excited.
Yeah,
at one
GBR.
point. But usually part of it was, guys, we were days away from a huge bowl game, and that got me fired up for that big bowl game, usually a national championship game that was on the way.
I remember after Christmas, it was Christmas of 2001, being sad, and then I was like, oh, but they're playing in the national championship. And then the game happened.
I wish I could relive the week of 94 and 95 from Christmas and New Year's. It was the anticipation after Christmas to those games.
Can you
and
imagine?
Just like that whole season, that entire December, the anticipation of Christmas and those games coming up. Junior and senior year of high school.
Yeah, and now we don't have anything.
Now we
good.
have just complete sadness.
Joey says, everyone on the Grum out on the all-red Biden. Yeah, look, it looks like he's in hell. I am going to kill everything.
Oh, did they do that at the White House?
Apparently.
Yeah,
Wow.
expect him to open his mouth and be like, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, come on, President B. What are you doing there?
Sad.
All right, that's Dumb Debates. I hope that it lived up to everything you imagined it to be and more.
It was. I mean, if it didn't, it was my fault in part. So
I enjoyed it. All right, when we return, we have a couple odds and ends that we could get to. It'll be dealer's choice when we return, whether it's CFP stuff, maybe the Colorado Buffaloes, or something else. We will do that when we return. Also, some unsportsmanlike content coming up in a few minutes as well here on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Becoming more mild Wednesday. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. Winds out of the south and southwest 5 to 15 miles per hour. Afternoon highs around 50. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a wreck on westbound Dodge at 137th. It's got traffic backed up to at least 132nd. Also expect delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. Delays on West Center Road for both directions around 175th. Also delays on westbound I-80 between 60th and 84th. And then a reminder that traffic is down to one lane on eastbound L Street between 26th and 24th, also causing delays. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop at Homegrown Headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Looking for a pure electric vehicle that does 0 to 60 in less than 5 seconds? The eyes have it. The BMW i-Line. 100% electric, 100% sports car, 110% BMW. The BMW i-Line, the electric vehicle that takes you farther than you could ever imagine. Right now, lease a new BMW i4 eDrive 35 for $499 a month at BMW of Omaha. Online at bmwofomaha.com. See dealer for details.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Put us in your pants.
Put us in your pants. On 1620, The Zone.
Winding down on this Wednesday, John will be back tomorrow, live from Stillwater, Oklahoma, ahead of Creighton and Oklahoma State. That game tips off tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. All right, Jack. So I said dealer's choice.
Okay.
So I'll throw a couple of options at you for what we could discuss. People crapping on Marcus Satterfield could be one. And I have too big picture of a question that I'm just not going to tell you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Colorado or the idea of rematches in college football, because that's something you mentioned earlier and not liking. What should we get to?
Man, I mean, I can do all of it. What do you have the best thoughts?
I want to do the last one.
On?
The last one.
Okay, go ahead.
So yesterday, John and I had a debate about moving to the 12-team college football playoff, and he right now it seems like has a lot of buyer's remorse on moving from 4 to 8, and that he is not as excited for it. And one thing that he is super frustrated by, in particular, is the idea of a rematch last week to this week, because next year, if all things were equal, Michigan would play Ohio State 2 weeks in a row. And so we would see that matchup. And so earlier you were like, I don't like that Oregon and Washington is a rematch, but at least that one was in mid-October, whereas Michigan and Ohio State would be week to week. And so it's funny. So I saved this from Stuart Mandel earlier, wondering what you would think, but I guess I know your answer a little bit, but I want to read what he says. He says, I'd move the game, talking about Ohio State, Michigan, to early November, the same weekend as LSU, Alabama, so there's room for anticipation to grow if a potential conference championship pairing looks likely. This weekend's Oregon-Washington rematch is a perfect example. I've not heard a single person this week say, ugh, we already saw this.
I said it.
He writes, if anything, the fact their first meeting was such a classic had people rooting for them to meet again. If Ohio State, Michigan played the exact 30-24 thriller a month earlier, I bet people would be ecstatic to see them meet again in December. So I wanted to ask you what you thought of that idea.
The conference championship, from the regular season, the conference championship. We're not talking about the playoff.
Correct, because in the future, Big Ten, there won't be divisions.
Right, no divisions.
And so it's going to be top 2. And so if this season happened in this format, they would have played 2 weeks in a row. One of them at the Big House, and then the next one in Indianapolis. What do you think of? And there's like 2 questions in here. A, what do you think of moving Ohio State and Michigan? And I mean, I guess I know the answer to the second part, and that's B. What do you think of his thought on the Oregon-Washington rematch being a perfect example? But you are the one person.
But I also hate it. I just don't like conference championship games. I think this,
and that's the big issue for you.
I think this should be the first round of a playoff.
Yeah. So let me ask you this
weekend. But
how do you solve that problem in large conferences when you don't play everybody? How do you solve the tiebreakers of, like, there's a world. Remember 2002, Ohio State went undefeated. They ended up winning the national title. in the Big Ten that year, Iowa went undefeated in the conference, but they didn't play because they didn't have a conference championship game. There's no tiebreaker scenario for 2 undefeated teams. So I'm with you. I don't like conference championship games. A large part of it for me is it's neutral site, bad atmospheres for the most part. And I'll be honest, some of it too is my sadness that what was once a Saturday full of dozens of games is now a Saturday full of a dozen games at most.
Right.
But so, like, how do you fix that problem? How do you fix the problem of tiebreakers? Because as they get more unwieldy, I just don't know what you do with it, sadly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, part of the way that you fix it is that you've got
Smaller conferences.
You've got a bigger playoff, and so it doesn't matter if there's a tie.
Yeah,
because the conference champion is getting in, but if you're at the top,
second place,
if
team
you're at the
too.
top of a Power 5 conference, both of those teams are getting in.
Yeah,
right.
And so then a conference champion is just a piece of paper or a pennant, and you're like, both of you can have one. Congratulations.
Right. And I guess maybe there's still, if you have to have automatic bids to the playoff based on that, you'll have to have the tiebreaker would be relevant for that. But
strength of schedule.
But I think ideally then both of those teams would be also in the playoffs as well. And I don't would anyone feel like they're losing anything in that
conferences
situation?
would in terms of their pockets.
The dollars. Dude, any fan feel like they were losing things. And I don't care if you've got, listen, people won't like this. I don't care if you've got to expand the playoff a little bit more to actually make that happen.
12.
Yeah, if you've got to add 4 more to make that actually work.
It seems like one conference championship game has really meant a lot to the fan bases in that league, and that's the SEC.
Right.
Because it's in Atlanta, and so, for the longest time before they expanded, it was truly the middle of the league, or, in the middle geographically. So you often have a big atmosphere, a big game. I mean, very rarely have we had SEC championships where, first of all, one team usually is in the playoff mix. I mean, for the last almost 20 years now, one team is always in the playoff mix. And a lot of years, both teams are playing for either the playoff or the BCS championship game. We had undefeated versus undefeated numerous times. I remember when I was in college, for a while it was Bama and Florida. Now lately it's become Bama and Georgia.
And I mean, I'll be honest, Josh, I will be self-aware on this. If Nebraska were in these games frequently, I probably would feel a little different.
Yeah.
But
they're not.
It's such a downer.
Yeah.
Right? It's not. And so many of the games, so many of the other games are so much harder to get fired up about. I wonder how different it'll feel when there's a 12-game playoff coming after it. If that will make that make conference championship week feel better or worse?
See, I think it will make it better, and here's why. So
there's way more implications.
Way
right?
more implications. So right now, we think that the SEC title game is for a berth. We think that no matter what happens, we think that it's for a berth. We think that about the Pac-12. But next year, in this format, Iowa would be playing for a playoff berth. Like, as laughable as that sounds, Louisville would be playing for a playoff berth. Like, right now, we're rooting for Louisville to pull off the upset because you and I don't want to see Florida State in their backup quarterback in. Next year, that's Louisville getting in and maybe stealing a bid from somebody else. Oregon and Washington, it's for a playoff and a bye. Oklahoma State is not just playing to upset Texas. They're playing to get into the playoffs. So, I think that it will be bigger because they will be playing for more. Whereas right now, I think Oklahoma State and Louisville and Iowa, they are playing for a pennant or a banner or whatever. They're playing for that. But they're mainly just playing, they're not playing for anything beyond that, though.
It's so many of them are one have and one have not, basically. It's so off. And that should happen less, too, with fewer divisions. But I'll again ask the question, what if this weekend was the opening round of the playoff? And instead of conference matchups, you had
playoffs?
Because you essentially do have elimination games. You're right. Yeah. But the reason it's not exciting to me is because they're from the same conference. They're matchups that we've already seen because it doesn't directly lead to an. I'm not sure if I can even completely articulate all the other reasons that it was. But imagine that it's a tournament of 16, and Saturday was week 1 based on the conference standings. Selection committee did their thing on Sunday, and these are all campus games on this weekend.
See, and that's the thing that I think next year in particular, when we get those first playoff games on campus, I think that, people right now who are maybe lukewarm, and I think like John's lukewarm, Ari Wasserman of The Athletic, he is very lukewarm on it. I think people are going to be like, whoa, Why didn't I get into this? And then people, you know what they're going to do? They're going to demand, we need this more in more rounds.
There's no way I could be lukewarm on it because I'm so lukewarm on. There's no way it can be less interesting than what's happening right now. There's just no way it can be less interesting to me. And I think it is to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I know that's, again, partially a function of the same teams over and over again every single year. What's the timing of it? Help me understand what next year the timing would be. So obviously conference championships will happen still this weekend. And then what? There's a 2-week break. You have the Army Navy week, and then the next week is the playoffs.
Yeah. So they'll play this weekend, and then they will take a week off. And so then it will be next year. It will be Saturday, December 21st. And I believe there will also be a game on Friday. So
Josh, I feel like the college football season is still going.
Yeah,
it'll feel like
it won't be a
never
3-week
stops.
season. It'll feel like an actual 4 or a 3-month season. It'll feel like a 4.5-month season of college football. So they will take 2 weeks off, and then they will play on home sites: 12 at 5, 11 at 6, 10 at 7, and 9 at 8. It's gonna be great. And then after that, they will play around New Year's. Is when they will do the quarters
next round. And
then the semis will be like a week after that, and then the championship. So the actual dates are the 20th and 21st. So that's a Friday night game, and then a triple header Saturday.
See, I don't even know. I don't know how that doesn't excite Bishop.
Yeah, I know. It's wild.
That doesn't. I don't know. You're getting more good games. You're getting more variety,
and then you're
getting the potential of upsets.
Yeah, and then the quarters, you'll have one New Year's Eve game, and then a triple header on New Year's Day. And then you'll have the semifinals. You'll have one of them on January 9th, my mom's birthday. Another on January 10th.
Is that Friday? Is it one on a Friday night?
I believe so.
That's interesting. So you'll have 3 weeks in a row.
Let me look at the
where they'll
calendar
have
real fast.
Friday night college football playoff games.
All right, so that's January of 2025. What were the dates that I just
9th
read
and
to you?
10th.
9th and 10th. That will be that's right. That's a Thursday and a Friday, which is good because they don't want to go up against the NFL playoffs, which sucks.
Oh,
yeah, I know.
Okay, well, then do them both on Friday on a doubleheader.
Yeah,
or something.
and then they'll play a week and a half later on a Monday. And
so that's always stupid, but
you hate because you're always like, I forgot the game was coming up. But maybe you'll forget less given that there will be so many games in the lead up to that. So essentially, the playoffs will last a month. They'll start on December 20th and they'll end on January 20th.
I don't know. Like Josh, I legit don't. I don't know how you couldn't be excited for that unless you've got some overriding sense of justice that isn't being achieved by it. But I mainly care about having games I want to watch.
Well,
that's what I care.
His thing yesterday was that he is sad that the Iron Bowl will have meant less than what it did on, I know. And the same with the Ohio State Michigan game, where he's like, that would have, if Bama lost on Saturday, they would have been knocked out. Whereas next year it would have knocked their seeding down.
This is dumb too, because we've had years where those games that's already happening sometimes. I know. In conference championship games. Yeah. It could happen this year.
And what I would argue
Alabama and Georgia.
See, what I'd argue too is if Bama had lost, let's say that we're in a 12-team world and people are like, they can lose to Auburn. Can they? Because if they lose to Auburn and then they fall a little bit, and then they lose the SEC championship game, they're out, So I still think that there is a lot on the line. Like, look, I cannot argue that it won't be goofy to watch Michigan play Ohio State 2 weeks in a row. That is goofy. I'm not going to argue that, but I will take the goofiness of that over the importance of many more football games over the course of an entire football season.
Also, by the way, that's happening maybe once in the next 5 years max.
I don't think that it's going to happen very often.
There are other teams, things are going to change.
Yeah. I don't think that they're going to
go in cycles. Michigan and Ohio State are not going to be the top two teams in this conference.
Probably going to drop
both
off
of them in perpetuity.
Yeah.
It's just,
and you know what? I don't think, Jack, that they're going to have divisionless conferences for that long, because I don't think they're going to realize it's unwieldy, and we're going to have a year in within a season or two where the Big Ten is like, one loss and then two loss, and they're gonna be like, what do we do here? And it's gonna be ridiculous.
Or it could happen it could more likely happen with Washington and Oregon for that matter.
Especially, when you add those teams in and the other West Coast schools in.
There's so many things. I'm not. Again, if you're concerned about weird rematches now, those are happening.
Yeah,
those are happening from it could happen from the regular season to the conference championship game. That could happen in some, or 2 weeks before it. That's I'm sure happened in in the SEC or some other conferences.
Not yet, because they've
because they always do in division on the last
but
weekend.
No, they've just always had divisions. Next year will be the first year that
sure. But what I'm saying is, you could have a matchup, hypothetically at least, a conference matchup like this could have happened with the Big 12 championship.
Yes,
a conference matchup where I guess they had divisions too.
There was a year I think where Bedlam happened 2 weeks in a row. I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
But even when they had when Nebraska would play, if you have any kind of a cross matchup on that last week, it could still be a rematch there. Anyway, my other point though, with the prop, you've had it with Alabama, LSU, you've almost had it with Michigan, Ohio State. These things where these teams that played in the last game of the year or in the conference championship, they both make the playoffs still.
Yeah.
You've already got that happening in some years. And what's worse is that there's only 4 teams in the playoffs, and so it's almost for sure going to end up either a rematch in that first round or it could happen in the second round. At least with the 16-team playoffs, if both teams from the conference championship game makes the 16-team playoffs, it's a lot less likely that they're going to rematch either immediately or somewhere down the line. And so that's such a,
yell at him next Monday.
I would like to.
When you're gloating about Nebraska, then yell at him some more too.
Nothing's stopping you from not being here. Just come here.
That's true.
Yeah. That's true. Maybe I will come here and yell. I can't imagine watching the Iron Bowl next year and just being or Michigan, Ohio State, and this feels way different.
I feel
it won't. It's already had that stuff has already been taken out of it to some degree.
Michigan beat Ohio State last year, and you know what happened? Ohio State made the playoff.
And again, who cares about going to it's who wins that game? Who cares about going to the Big Ten championship game? Because the Big Ten championship game is stupid this year, like it is almost every other year, because it's a complete mismatch.
There you go. Look at us. Handshake meme.
Look at us agreeing on so much.
All right, when we return, let's see if we agree some more. We have some unsportsmanlike content coming up in content. Does Jack agree with Kirk Ferentz?
Oh, man. Agreeing with you is one step, but man.
Let's see. Bobby Petrino is back, folks, at Arkansas. We'll spin on our discussion yesterday. And it's Spotify Wrapped Day.
Hey!
That more when we return. I got to get mine, so I'll get mine ready next on 1620 The Zone.
You can help a child in need experience the joy of opening a gift this Christmas morning. Join 1620 The Zone as we stuff the truck to benefit Toys for Tots. This Friday from 3 till 7 and Saturday from 11 till 4 at the Zone Studio parking lot off 50th and Dodge. Help those in need this holiday season by donating a new unwrapped toy. All the info at 1620thezone.com with Molina Healthcare, 2 Men in a Truck, J-Tech Construction and Solar, and 1620 The Zone.
Suicide can be prevented by knowing the warning signs. And most importantly, knowing what to do if you recognize those signs in yourself, a loved one, or even a stranger. There are simple ways you can be there for someone, so they can be here for more tomorrows. Visit moretomorrowsne.org to learn the signs, how to approach the conversation, and where to get help. Or call 988 for help now. That's moretomorrowsne.org.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This holiday season, find all kinds of deals at Target. Discover sweet deals on toys and small appliances, big deals on clothing and beauty, plus so much more. At Target, get what you need for the holidays. Find new deals each week for everyone on your list and get it all fast with free drive up. Score low prices and great deals all season long. Now at Target. Exclusions apply.
There we go.
Here comes the Sandman,
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The I Missed You Tour.
Should we clap along? I'm going to play guitar a little bit for you.
Adam Sandler, live. CHI Health Center, Omaha, December 5th.
All right, let's lose that. I hate it.
Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is 5 $10 vouchers for just $25 to Story's Coffee Company. Story's Coffee Company offers teas, smoothies, breakfast, lunch, and heavy appetizers, plus craft beers and wines. They also have live music select evenings. Story's Coffee Company, 114th and Dodge, Midtown Crossing, and Gretna. This week's half-off deal.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It started in Lincoln. Now it's in Omaha. It's Muchachos. At the heart of Muchachos is family. Muchachos uses new Mexican flavors with smoked barbecue passed down from generations. This flavor sensation is called New Mexican Barbecue Fusion. Come get your eat on and nosh on slow smoked pork brisket, chicken, queso, and mac. Try the fan favorite Hatch Mac Burrito with a craft beer or margarita. Muchachos is south of the Old Market at 1285 South 13th Street, or check them out at yomuchacho.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, let's get to some content before we say goodbye.
Josh, you are famously not a TV ratings guy, but maybe Jack Mitchell is?
I wouldn't say so, but I mean, I don't. I will listen to them.
Well, the Jets-Dolphins Black Friday game on Amazon drew 9.61 million viewers. Surprisingly low. What explains such a small audience?
I mean, the game was
time.
The game was horrible.
College games on, stupid time.
There was some
Stupid
really
time.
cool
What time
plays.
did you want that game on?
Night.
Oh, they're
What
not
did I-
allowed to.
Well, fine.
That's
but
the
you're
government.
Fine, you're asking me why. I'm telling you, it's because was it a stupid time on Black Friday? It
Interesting.
should have been at
No,
night.
that's the government?
I would have watched it if it was at night.
Yeah, they're not allowed legally. The NFL is not allowed to air on Friday nights or Saturdays during a very specific time of year, as to not compete versus high school football and college football. And so that's why they aired it at 2. I didn't have any issue with it being at 2. I think if the game would have been good, a lot more people would have watched.
No, I mean, it's always going to be hard when there's a Nebraska game going on simultaneously, which there usually will be at that time. So,
No, it happened right after.
Yeah, it was after the Nebraska game. It was on at
I was
2.
I was really in a mood. I was like, oh man. After that, I gotta watch some Jets Dolphins.
Yeah, it was
now.
pretty bad.
Ugh.
Well, the Dolphins look great, and you missed out.
I forgot it was happening.
For the best. It was a bad game.
Didn't care. Anyway.
The spring game has been set for 2024, and it'll take place at the end of April on the last Saturday of the month.
Ooh.
Good idea? Would you make any changes with next year's event?
Put that at night?
That'd be fun.
What would you think
That's
about
actually
that?
a good idea.
Wouldn't that be
I wonder
cool?
why they've never done that.
Yeah, because other spring games, I believe, have been played at night.
Play at night. My thing for the spring game has always been that you put each side of the stadium, one is filled, one gets ticket stubs that say you get a free runs or something if the white team wins.
That's a great idea.
One gets a free runs if the black or the red team wins.
So you root for those teams.
And yeah, depending
So
on which
instead of
side.
cheering for
so
every
it's-
score.
Right. So you're actually cheering for teams.
I love that idea.
And people love free food. It doesn't have to be a lot.
That's
I
true.
think that would actually make it really fun. That's always been my idea for the spring game. But probably get good weather. That's a great weather time of year. Late April, you're through most of the crap by then. Storms can come.
I'll be out of town. Sorry.
Oh, convenient.
Yeah, it's hilarious how I keep booking trips out of the state on these days. 2 years ago, I was in Mexico. This last year, I was... Don't know where I was in
Doing
April,
something.
Nick. I was somewhere, though.
I don't know. Is
Now,
it a wedding thing? It always seems to be
I was
like
at a
wedding
wedding.
thing.
Thank you, Nick. I was in Pennsylvania. And then this next year, I'll be in Oregon.
I have no idea when the last time I went to a spring game was.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not fun.
Wow, fake fans.
Wow.
That's fine.
Tony White remains unhired by the schools he has ties to. Is he going to be back for the second year at Nebraska?
Starting to think so.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he's going to be back. Looking good for Nebraska. When you see, he interviews with San Diego State, but he doesn't get the gig. Nice.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder because all of the gigs that looked like they were going to come up, I don't know what's going to happen with UCLA, I guess, still exactly, if they're going to be looking for a defensive coordinator or what. Are they firing Chip Kelly? What's
No,
happening?
they're bringing him back.
They're bringing him back.
Folks,
so
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening with that. But it is interesting that, like, literally every every place. And now I think like even UTEP, where he has connections back there from like growing up in that area or something too, that every school that he could potentially have connections to just replaced their coach or just made a change at this point. And so the one thing I always wondered is Nebraska fans, I think, were, rightfully concerned because he's done a good job that he would leave somewhere else. I always kind of question, though, if his name was quite as hot nationally as Nebraska fans thought it was. And I don't mean that as any disrespect to him or what he did or anything.
Around here, we're just so skittish about anything. And it was like, oh my gosh, they're going to lose the guy.
Right.
That's
like
good.
He didn't make, and maybe it wasn't fair, but didn't even make the semifinalist list for that Broyles list.
Yeah.
Like I didn't hear national media going on and on about him like I have other coordinators.
He showed up on
in
the
big
list, but it was always ones where he had direct ties to that university. I'm guessing next year will be the year where that stuff really starts becoming.
If he has another really good year, he'll
Yeah.
get higher up on that list. He just he
and the
wasn't
team
at
needs to win too. I think that was part of it as well.
I think that's what you're exactly right. Yeah.
Kirk Ferentz, go Hawks, has some takes on the college football playoff. If we win, it might screw things up for the CFB playoff. That might be kind of funny. Do you agree?
Wow. Are we going to get a handshake meme with Jack and Ferentz?
That might be kind of funny. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's anything to agree with. That's pretty funny to say.
I did laugh that he said it, but hell no, we're not agreeing with Kirk Ferentz. No, Nick.
No, that we think it would be funny if he screwed up if Iowa screwed up the playoffs. No, I want to see. Listen, love or hate Michigan, they're the one interesting thing about the college football playoff to me right now.
Oh, the cheaters.
Yes.
Interesting.
But listen, I will say this over and over again.
Michigan, Oregon, Georgia, and Texas.
Teams that cheat.
Sports are better when there are villains. Sports are always better when there are villains. I cheer for villains because it's sad when they end up not being there.
Look at all these good takes.
At the end,
Go Blue.
I was your villain.
That's true, but they don't have any chance of actually being.
They're going to
there,
lose by
so.
30,
and it would just be fun to
root against them.
God, the Big Ten. What a mess that championship is.
Gonna be pretty
Thank
bad.
goodness they're getting rid of divisions.
See, you would be actually way more excited this week if it was Michigan and Ohio State.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, would John rather not have that? I'd rather have that again.
Sounds like, well,
whatever.
John's an Iowa fan, remember?
That's right.
Yeah, for some reason.
Mr. Road Rash Bobby Petrino is returning to Arkansas to be their new OC. Will he end up being a head coach of the Razorbacks for the second time?
I think he will, and I think it's going to happen at some point this next season when Pittman gets fired. Isn't it wild how nothing matters?
There's
anymore,
in the
Jack?
SEC. I thought it was at a crazy level when Auburn hired Hugh Freeze, last year, but
This is something else. He got fired for having an affair with someone who worked for the university and getting in a motorcycle accident with her.
It just means
And
more.
lying about it, right? Didn't he lie about it?
I
He
don't
lied
remember
about it.
what happened. I just remember the picture and the neck brace and
Unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. Just do the last one, Nick.
Yep. A very happy Spotify Rap Day to those who celebrate. I'm on a different app, so unfortunately I don't get
Sad.
to do it. It is very sad.
He's on the Kanye app.
It's Jay-Z. Also now Jack Dorsey.
Oh, is that title still a thing?
Yeah.
That's what Nick is on.
I thought that was gone in 2014.
Yeah, Nick is one of the three users on there. He's the top 1% of audience for every song ever.
Do you listen to it on a Microsoft Zune?
No, on my phone.
Oh, okay.
Which is not an iPhone. It's some piece of
Yeah,
crap.
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I do miss my Windows phone, though. You guys got any fun stories from your raps?
All right, so I opened mine during the commercial break. Now, this isn't true. I can tell you that this part isn't true for sure. But I did laugh because it said, you played 36 songs in 2023.
Wow.
I promise that I played more than 36
Wow.
songs. Because on our honeymoon, we listened to the Beatles. We listened to all the Beatles albums.
On your account?
Maybe it was on her account.
Oh, crap. It might have been on her.
I mean, that would be a very easy explanation.
Wow. So,
tough look. Well,
wow, you know what? Maybe I did
raps.
only listen to 36. So, you know what? Wow, that's hilarious.
Was it the same song 36 times because you only listened to one song a year?
Essentially. So, my top artists were The Killers, Tame Impala, Melanie, and Foles, and then Weezer.
Those are all really good
Nick
bands.
Foles?
Well, I don't know about
Foles
Melanie.
as in Foals. Melanie was
Oh,
like
okay.
a 70s artist.
Okay.
Nick.
I recognize all the
Okay.
other ones. Foles is a great band.
To compare, I played 3,816 songs.
Holy
this
God.
year. So I listened to 10 a day.
Wow.
Only?
I mean, that's
look
what
at
it
Nerd
ended
Boy.
up being on this whole
Hot
thing.
Fuss was my number one album.
Wow, that's basic. It tracks though.
Basic.
So
it's a good album.
See if
It
you
just
can
tracks.
tell.
Here's how many minutes I listened to: 4,435 minutes.
Nice,
Jack. How many minutes did you listen to this year? That's like the 5th tile over.
I just said it, didn't I?
No,
I pulled it away. Oh, it's songs. Okay.
No, it says you listened for this many minutes.
Oh, let's see how many minutes. Okay,
it's the 5th one.
3816. Your top songs. It's not there.
It's the next one.
I listened to 1,942 artists. That many artists. And
too many minutes. It doesn't count.
Mine isn't saying minutes.
Okay.
I don't know why.
You only listen to so many minutes, so I think
A lot. It's gonna be a lot. See if you can guess what age, gender, and race I am by my top artists.
White, old, and white again.
Well, I didn't even tell you the number one, or I'll go from the bottom to the top. Number 5, Nickel Creek. Number 4, Chicago. Number 3, Zach Bryan. Number 2, Ben Folds. Number 1, Dave Matthews Band.
That's some white ass music
that
right there.
tracks.
White ass
hard.
music.
When I saw that on Twitter, Jack, I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's the only reaction.
I was like, that is way too on the nose. At least if you went into the top 10, it got there's a little bit more current. There's a little bit more sort of not quite that much on the new nose, but well, actually probably not. I think it was like Wilco and Bare Naked Ladies.
I saw Wilco one time.
Nice.
It was fun.
I don't have Wrapped, but I can tell you what my top 5 were, just because I know it. The Strokes, Group Love, Say Anything, Lana Del Rey, and Tame Impala. Those are my top 5.
There you
I
go.
know that for a fact.
That's talking music. All right, we'll finish up the Grum next with Bet of the Day here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Damon Benning breaks down the Iowa game and recaps the season tomorrow at Holy Ghost Church on 52nd and Q. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Parking Area Maintenance and Thompson Roofing.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
Take your home to the next level with Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring. If you have a kitchen, bath, or closet that is completely dysfunctional, now is the time to make them functional. Level countertops, cabinets, and flooring is your expert for taking your home to the next level. The staff will listen to your needs and dreams and create a unique space specifically for you and your family. Visit the showroom at 192nd and West Maple or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know? Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Dell's Cyber Monday event is their biggest sale of the year. Shop limited time deals on laptops like the stylish, innovative XPS 13, engineered to do it all on the Intel Evo platform. Plus, save big on ultra-sharp monitors and top brand accessories. It's the perfect time to upgrade any home, business, or gaming setup powered by Intel Core processors. Shop now at Dell.com/deals to take advantage of huge savings and free shipping. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You root Big Red football, you must root Big Red basketball.
The 1620. The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
Jack, congrats. You get to participate in the last month ever of Bet of the Day. Yesterday, John was screwed in his parlay by Mississippi State. Nick, you had the Knicks, the Cavs, but the Bulls lost by 30 to the Celtics.
Damn it.
You almost won $1,000 fake dollars. I had the Bucks and the Kings. The Bucks won, and the Kings had a crazy comeback to beat the Warriors by 1. So I was a victor as well. And now I'm realizing I just did all that math and I didn't even find a game to go with tonight. Let's go with the Lakers on the road in Detroit. I'll just go on the money line like Nick, -300. Jack?
I will do I'm going to do a Big Ten parlay in men's basketball. Give me North Florida plus 26.5 against Iowa. Sneaky good North Florida team.
Of course,
maybe. And then I will take Ohio State giving 23.5 to Central Michigan tonight, the BTN doubleheader.
What's that?
That is
plus 260.
Dang it, I lost it.
Just 260. Nick?
All right, whatever.
I like dinosaurs, music, and the cars. So give me the Jazz, Raptors, and Pistons plus 1809.
Plus 1809. All right, that's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
Jack, thanks for hanging out.
Thanks
Jack.
for having me, guys. Always a pleasure. Thanks for listeners.
Please barge in on Monday.
For your patience with the substitute teacher, and I won't rule that out.
Oh,
John, back tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em return.